What up, what up, what up? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Chip Brown will be joining us in a moment now. We know Chip, my man, CB be on that CP time every once in a while. It's nothing too unfamiliar, but he'll be on when he gets on. Steve Sarkeesian had a press conference today. Chip was at that, and yeah, we're gonna break that down a little bit. But happy Tuesday, everybody! Day after the national championship game in college basketball, and the Florida freaking Gators are the national champs. And yeah, even though I had Florida, I'm saying Florida freaking Gators because when football schools win basketball championships, it makes me feel a certain type of way. Like, y'all know me, I got a lot of hate in me. This is one of them hating ass moments because why can't Texas be that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's been a long time, 03, since Texas even made it to the Final Four. From then to now, Florida, who has also won national championships on the football side, just like Texas has, they've won 3 national championships in basketball. That Billy Donovan, Al Horford, Corey Brewer, Joakim Noah teams that went back to freaking back. And now Todd Golden at 39 years old wins a national championship, where some of y'all, I'd like to hear y'all's opinions on, did Florida win that game or did Houston give that game up? But gotta bring on my guy, the other half of Chip and Zay, Chip Brown.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay, right here, midday. Masters Week. I mean, do we got to call it Masters Week? I mean,
yeah, we got to call it Masters Week. What are you talking about?
I mean, how do we, I can't find my glasses. That's why I was late.
What were you just wearing?
Those are like
them bifocals.
Yeah, man. These are like my Larry Bud Melman glasses. No, I'll wear these because they made you laugh.
No, they look good.
I'm always up for serving myself up as the punchline. Harry Carey, yes. Thank you, Roy. These are my Harry Carey glasses. I was also looking for Kelvin Sampson's soul.
Ooh.
Because I just felt so bad for that dude last night. Like, he couldn't believe what he just saw. At the end of that game, his team, which had done most everything right. Now, we got to get into this. And yes, my bracket, I was robbed. Would love to have seen how high up I could get, because as you all know, because I said it so many damn times, my bracket was ranked 1,435 out of 24.4 million going into last night's game. Now I'm like just another bracket in the pile. And all the people who picked Florida went racing by me. And so that's life, and it sucks because I would have loved to have seen how high I could get on that list, because I'll never get that high again. I'll never have a bracket like that again. But Houston, first of all, Zay, I got to get your take on this. The way the game was officiated between the first half and the second half, it was like, I mean, that wasn't going to help Houston, and it didn't, because the first half, 4 fouls called. It was, talk about letting them play. And then second half, 23 fouls called. And suddenly, you know, Jay Francis and
Roberts,
Tugler, who did such a good job defending, you know, Clayton in the first half, because he's 6'8", he was suddenly having to be careful. And look, Houston, the same thing they did to Duke happened to them because Florida just wouldn't go away. They started punishing Houston's mistakes, and Houston was making mistakes, 4 turnovers in the final 2 minutes and 5 seconds, and they still had a shot to win it at the end, Zay. And, it was just like, as well as Sharp has played all tournament, all season, he was the MVP of the Big 12 tournament. For him to dribble the ball off his knee with 29 seconds left in a huge moment, and then, shot clock's winding down, Houston's scrambling, he gets the ball, no court awareness by him whatsoever. He's just thinking, I got to get this shot up. He didn't know how much time was on the clock. He could have easily pump faked and let the defender go by and get a really good look at a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't happen. And then the ball's just sitting there. Because after he lets go of it, he can't touch it again, or it's going to be a travel. And Condon dives for it, ball game. And then Kelvin Sampson, that shot of him just standing there. Like,
I ain't never getting here. That's what that looked like. I will never be here again.
Yeah.
We blew it. I blew it. Like, we were up by 12. And that was a devastating look, man.
You're the son of a coach, CC Collier, legend in the Austin, high school basketball world. It seemed like Kelvin was beating on his guys down the stretch, and sometimes you got to encourage them and slow things down a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into that, but
I don't think you are.
I think he was really pounding on guys late, and I think it caused them to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know. I like Kelvin Sampson so much, and you're right. I felt like this was his moment. Hell, he might have retired after this and handed it to his son, who's already the coach in waiting at Houston. Helen.
What'd you say? His son looks like a light-skinned version of Adam Sandler?
Yeah, he looks like Adam Sandler. Don't you think? A little bit?
A little bit. I see it. I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. You're thinking, oh man, is he going to win this thing and ride off into the sunset? And it did not happen. And credit to Florida, they made plays down the stretch. Man, did they make plays down the stretch. But Houston, you had that. That was yours. And they're going to have nightmares about that.
Yeah. Yeah, the stat of the game for me, go to the free throw line, man. When you make more free throws than the other team shoots, even in the national championship game in college basketball, that should give you a significant advantage. And it did for Florida, and especially with the way the refs were calling in the second half, it was a different ball game, and it played into the Gators' hands. And look, Emmanuel Sharp is going to get all the criticism for not getting the ball off and, basically jumping in the air and trying to bounce it where it would have became a travel if he would have touched it. Great play by Walter Clayton Jr. by reading that screen and jumping it. But he shouldn't have been put in that situation, Emmanuel Sharp. Like, if I'm Kelvin Sampson, I'm down by 2. What does my team do best? Offensive rebounding, attacking the rim. So I'm going to put the ball in my best scorer's hands, LJ Cryer, and I'm going to tell him, hey, I trust you. You're going to go one-on-one. You get the best shot up that you think is there. I'm not going to do all this, scheming and trying to run a play. Like, they have LJ Cryer as the decoy. And you could tell it was a fresh play, that they didn't work on very often. And if they did, that makes it even worse. But it looked like something Kelvin just drew up in the moment, which, again, you got to be very cautious when you go about that. One, everybody better be on the same page. Two, you better have great IQ caliber players where if things go berserk, they can improvise and you could still get something. But if you go watch the bigs who they give the ball to Uzan, LJ Cryer brings it up, he gives the ball to Uzan. Uzan doesn't drive or anything, so you know something's up here. Like Uzan's not attacking, he's waiting for something else to develop. So as defenders, you see that. LJ Cryer comes off the weakest double screen ever. So weak that you know it's a decoy. You know it. Like both of those Houston defenders, I don't know who it was exactly. It was definitely Roberts. He was in there. And what's the other dude that was in? I think it was Francis. Francis was in there also, number 5. They set a weak little double screen for LJ Cryer. It was weak because that's the decoy. So in their mind, they're like, okay, yeah, we have to make this move here, but we're really trying to set a hard screen on Emmanuel Sharp's man coming off the other double screen. So LJ Cryer gets the ball. Once he gets it, he's not looking to score. That should have been the play right there, Chip. LJ Cryer, you come off that double screen hard, and then we're going to set another double screen for Emmanuel Sharp, but instead of LJ Cryer waiting for the pass, LJ Cryer should have attacked. And it should have happened fast. Again, you're down 2. You don't need to go for the 3. That's dumb. That's not what your team does. And you just let them back in the game. You should be thankful to get into overtime. Right. And then now we got a brand new game. 5 more minutes all on the line right here. If Florida would have went for the 3 with them coming back, that would have made more sense, even though that would have still been dumb. You're down by 2, go for the 2. Overtime's fine. But like that, Kelvin was like, we got to go for the win. That's not a good move. Because now Emmanuel Sharp's thinking, okay, I'm getting the green light to shoot the 3. I'm going to let it go no matter what until Walker Clayton Jr., great contest. Then we saw what happened after. But LJ Cryer should have took that ball to the hole. And you go early so you can put yourself in position to get an offensive rebound, which that's what Houston does well.
Right.
So LJ Cryer attacks. You get the ball on the hoop if he misses it. Hopefully your soldiers that you have where you do rebounding drills, where you absolutely cover up the rim, where it's always a miss, that comes into play. They weren't given that chance, man. They weren't given that chance.
I thought he was going to go for the NC State win where he launches it, but he's got a big man next to the rim so that it's like an alley-oop.
Yeah, that Jimmy V. Yeah.
The Jimmy V sequence. Instead, we'll never know. The shot never got off. And what a rough way to end it.
Yeah.
Not even getting a shot.
Gotta get a shot off, man. Like
you had the ball and a timeout, and you don't even get a shot. That's just so dispiriting. Yeah. That's so tough.
And like Kelvin, man, you got to put your ego aside because I know if they would have made that shot, everybody would have went to Kelvin Sampson and been like, what a play he drew up. Unbelievable strategizing and game planning, X's and O's. And like, nah, man, basketball is a very simple game. Give your ball to your best creator and scorer, have them go one-on-one, especially down by 2, and live with whatever happens. If he makes a play for someone else, cool. If he makes a play for himself, also cool. LJ Cryer should have been the guy to make the play there. And LJ Cryer, he's not going to go over Kelvin Sampson. Like, he doesn't, he's not going to disrespect him. But that might have been a moment that LJ Cryer is probably thinking, like, Coach, I want the ball. You hear that all the time. Old Jimmy from Hoosiers told Gene Hackman that. Gene Hackman tried to draw something up. He was like, nah, Coach, I want it. That's the first time Jimmy talked all Hoosiers. You remember that? Legendary moment. Jimmy didn't talk the whole movie. Jimmy didn't talk the whole movie. Jimmy said, I want it. I want that ball, coach.
I want it.
LJ Cry should have said something, dog. I'm not saying Kelvin Sampson would have listened, but LJ Cry reserved the ball in that moment.
Yeah, because I thought there were a bunch of players for Houston who had a look on their face like it's getting away from us, and not enough guys saying, let me snap this back in line. Let's get our man Hank South's take on this. Hank South for our regular Tuesday convo about all things Longhorns. But Hank, man, Kelvin Sampson, 69 years old, climbing that mountaintop, doesn't even see himself in the same realm as Bill Self, but, you know, has been to the Final Four, had a national championship right there, had a 12-point lead, and then it ends like that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it was brutal. But, I mean, we were talking earlier, Chip, and you mentioned, you know, Florida's best scoring threat is held scoreless. You know, Clayton's held scoreless until 8 minutes in the second half to go. It's like, and they're only down by, you know, what, 4 or 5 points. It's like, yeah, there's a long way to go. I mean, Florida's just, I mean, they were my pick. I don't want to brag too much, but they were my national champion pick. But I mean, bigs, guard play, solid bench. I mean, they're just a very, very sound basketball team. What's up, CB? But yeah, I mean, that was like, I mean, that's going to haunt that Emmanuel, what's his face? Manuel, the rest of his life. Yeah, Sharp, the rest of his life. Like 2 turnovers and that crucial of a moment that late in the game. But yeah, I wish it was a little bit better of a finish. I would have liked to see Houston get up a shot. You know, even if they missed it, you know, at least they had a chance at you know, tying or taking the lead. But you know, it was Florida's year.
Man. Yeah. Hank, we were at Steve Sarkeesian's first availability in a couple weeks of spring football. A lot of talking points, but you just wrote about it at horns247.com. Kind of where Steve Sarkeesian might be leaning in the transfer portal.
Yeah, I think, you know, he detailed the areas they were going to look. I think, you know, everyone kind of is not a huge surprise, but he detailed 3 areas. So defensive line, he said, in all 3 areas, he said, you know, scholarships, the numbers aren't exactly where they want them to be. But defensive line was one of them. You know, obviously Alex January is the only guy coming back that actually has experience playing for Texas. And obviously Melvin Hills too. But, you know, we saw them attack that in the winter window with Travis Shaw, Cole Brevard, and Hero Canoe. So, you know, they're working on it there. It doesn't look like they're done. Looks like, you know, they're going to, you know, keep their eyes open for that. Tight end, obviously, you know, Jordan Washington going down with his injury. Not that it's, you know, season ending or anything, but, you know, still a room that, you know, you gotta get some reps, you gotta get some experience going there, just because you're losing Gunnar Helm and Juan Davis. Did I freeze? Let's see. Am I back?
You're good.
Okay, I'm frozen on my. Okay, that was weird. And then obviously, you know, Amari Nyblack left too. He probably would have played a lot this year had he stayed. So, you know, you're working with Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington, and some inexperienced guys. But, you know, Sark noted Amari Winston, you know, starting to stand out a little bit. You know, Nick Townsend will be here in the summer. Then you got some other, you know, walk-on type guys. But that's an area they're going to look. They tried that in the winter as well. Max Clare, the Purdue tight end that was the #1 tight end in the portal, he did visit, but he chose Ohio State. So we'll see who becomes available. I went and looked at the portal right now in terms of like guys that are either intend to be in the portal come April 16th or just never committed anywhere that were in the portal from winter. It's not like the most notable of names. Sorry, my dog's over here crying now, of course, always. So we'll see if any, you know, I'm sure they'll be seeing who decides, you know, we're seeing kids enter every day or saying they're going to enter every day. So I'm sure some more guys will pop up. And then the last but not least was wide receiver, which I think that's been kind of a talking point all spring, is just they need some more depth there. You only have Wingo and DeAndre Moore as guys that have played or have experience. And you got Arch Manning. You gotta set up Arch Manning for success. And not that Wingo and DeAndre Moore aren't going to do that, but you might want a little bit more insurance than just young guys you don't exactly know what they're going to bring. When they're under the lights. Although Texas is very high on their young guys. Sark mentioned Jamie French, Kalik Lockett, even Dalen McCutcheon today in his press conference. So the only guy they really tried to get in this winter window was Eric Singleton, who committed to Auburn from Georgia Tech. So there was some buzz about Zachariah Branch. I was told they were never really actually trying to get him. He was kind of a package deal with his brother from USC. They ended up going to Georgia. So we'll see them when Texas goes to Athens later this year. But but then obviously Sark mentioned too. They have needs. There's like scholarship deficits, but at the same time, they're not just going to take a guy just to take a guy. Like they want to make sure he's actually going to like raise the level of competition in the room and actually bring something to the table. So I would imagine they're going to get some guys. We'll see. I don't think you can look at the window now and say there's anybody that they're really going after at this point. But again, 8 days from now, there'll probably be another 100 kids in the portal or, more than that, I'm sure that they'll be able to kind of sift through and see who they're going to target.
Yeah. The portal window opens April 15th and runs through April 16th through the 25th.
Right.
Yeah.
So last year they got, in the spring, they got Bill Norton and Jermaine Lole. So obviously spring additions can be vital to your success. Javion Cole too. Obviously he didn't contribute as much as maybe they had anticipated, but So I'll be interested to see what they do because it does seem like I think tight end especially they probably really that's one spot they probably really need to get a guy at just to have the numbers there.
Yeah. Let's stay with tight end a little bit, Hank, because people seem to be very high on Amari Winston and what he's brought to the table, especially with Jordan Washington being out with his collarbone injury. Talk about Amari during his high school days and how do you think he translates into Steve Sarkeesian's offense and how do you think Jeff Banks is going to help him?
Yeah. He never got a ton of credit. It's funny because he was a top 100 recruit for, early on in his high school, like right before he committed to Texas. I think he was in the top 100. And then, he dealt with some injuries throughout high school. He's not obviously he's not a flashy, going to wow you. But he does all the dirty work. He's kind of, I know Gunnar Helm said it best. They have kind of the blue collar tight end role that does all the dirty work, the blocking, kind of that H-back role. I think that's how he's going to contribute. But, I know on the first day of spring or the only media viewing we've had where we've seen the team, he caught it. He went up for one of the passes and looked really athletic catching the ball. So I'll be curious. I don't think he's a guy that's going to contribute this year, but, someone that seems like he's bought in this spring and is really trying to better himself and it's starting to pay off a little bit. So I think, I don't think a lot of us recruiting people had high expectations for him. I think Nick Townsend was kind of that exciting, tight end addition in this class, and for good reason. But Amari Winston, maybe a little bit of chip on his shoulder. He's seeing the writing, saying, "Hey, I'm still really good too." But I'll be curious to see how he pans out. But sounds like positive things so far.
Yeah, Amari Winston. I mean, they list him at 6'1", 246. It looks like a big fullback, but he can run and Hank's right. I mean, that catch got both of our attention. We were standing right next to each other when that happened. And I heard he caught a touchdown pass in the Thursday night. They did a little bit of scrimmaging last Thursday night. And so he's
going to get his reps too. If you think, if Jordan Washington's out, that's Spencer Shannon. And then really it's walk-ons and then Amari Winston. And Will Randall, I'm sorry. People get mad at me when I forget to mention Will Randall, but he's there. He's there as well. So there's just there's reps to be had this spring. So maybe he's going to make the most of it and maybe surprise some people.
Well, and I'm actually hearing some stuff about Ridge Barker.
Yeah.
Who was a teammate of Dalen McCutcheon at Lovejoy, who's 6'4", 250 and is, walk-on. Megan
loves the walk-ons. He made that point today. He was like, they're going to operate at 85 scholarships. And sorry, my phone's ringing. And he said it's very important. They want to keep those 20 spots for walk-ons if they can. however the settlement stuff is going to pan out. A lot of confusion, but yeah, Ridge Barker.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. The SEC, everyone's like, oh, the settlement's going to send, football to 105 scholarships. The SEC's like, we're good.
No, it'll stay 85.
We're doing 85 and keeping our walk-ons, and that'll be that for the moment. So, well, Hank, what, it was our first chance to talk to Sark since his new baby boy, Amaya. Sorry.
Oh,
Amias. My God, I gotta get to know Amias, for crying out loud. It's the latest addition to the Sarkeesian family, a little boy. But what else grabbed your attention from our convo with Sark?
Yeah. He talked for like 25 minutes. He talked about Arch. I thought it was interesting. It was kind of funny. He had Cedric Golden asked him about Arch and just, where he's at. And, he was like, everyone loves the backup quarterback, but, when he starts throwing it, when he becomes the starter and starts throwing interceptions, he's going to have to get used to the boos too. So, I thought
he said the boos are coming.
Yeah, the boos are coming. So, we'll see. Will Arch get booed? But I thought that was funny. He talked about, someone asked him about the defensive line. It sounds like maybe, he brought this up about the portal too. It's like some work to be done there. It sounds like a little bit, and that's to be expected. He's got a bunch of new defensive linemen on the team, but he said Travis Shaw, they're like being careful with just because he's had a knee thing that's, kind of messed with him throughout his career. So maybe they don't have him up to full speed. I thought it was interesting when he talked about the receivers and the guys that are now having opportunities to step up with Wingo and DeAndre Moore out with as they get healthy. He mentioned Jamie French, Khalil Lockett, Parker Livingston, and Dalen McCutcheon. So I thought that was interesting. I'm trying to think what else he spoke about. The position changes. Ryan Niblett playing in the secondary now. It sounds like the more you look at their defensive back room, I mean they're pretty set up there for success. However they want to Gilbo out on the opposite of Muhammad. They can play around with who's at safety. Embarrassment of riches at nickel. So that seems like maybe that's something that we can look at later in the season that turns into kind of like this year that really turned into a strength later in the year or like throughout the year. That back end of the defense, and Derek Williams getting healthy as well for next season. So those are some of the things that stood out. He seemed to be really high on the running back. Christian Clark, he said is looking great, coming back from his Achilles. He talked about the freshman running backs, James Simon, that is really put together. He said Ricky Stewart started off a little bit slow, but once they put on pads, he's just really flourished. So I thought that was interesting as well in terms of kind of the status of the running back room, as we're awaiting CJ Baxter getting back as well. So definitely some interesting points he made. And it was good to hear.
Yeah. James Simon, he said, has great hands, which we know how important that is to Sark when it comes to the running backs. James Simon, 5'11", 205 out of Cavalry Baptist Academy in Shreveport, Louisiana. Zay?
Yeah, I love those Louisiana boys, man. They always step up tough. Hank, obviously Arch Manning's going to get a lot of love with him being the QB1, but talk about the backups a little bit. I mean, Trey Owens, we've just heard good things about him and how steady he is, and I'm not trying to put Arch, in that Quinn category. I feel like it's going to be more durable, but anything could happen where you might have to call those backups up, and they got to have the same expectations when they get on the field. Your thoughts on Trey Owens and also KJ Lacey, another player that you've been high on for a long time?
Yeah, I think, I talked to one source on Trey recently, and, they're talking. I mean, we saw how good he can be in the spring game last year as an early enrollee. He was lighting it up, going head to head with Arch in that spring game. But the source told me like it's really slowing down for him and it's really coming together for him in terms of his ability to process everything. And obviously Sark's offense is it's not any, not any quarterback can handle it. So, they certainly expect a lot out of the position. And sorry if my dog crying is loud, but if my kids are at school, my dogs have to take over. Oh, here we are.
Oh,
hey, that's like Champ.
That looks exactly like Champ. Yo, what kind of dog is that, Hank?
He is Boxer Pyrenees.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is Augie. So if we're Texas show, Augie. Yeah. Anyway,
does he have some really good rants like Augie Garrido?
Yes. Yes. No, that's funny. But I forgot what I was saying. Trey Owens. Oh yeah. Sounds like it's coming together for him, processing everything, game slowing down, really picking up all the little intricacies of what he has to do at the position. But yeah, you made a good point. It's like Texas hasn't had a starting, not to God forbid anything happens to Arch, but Texas hasn't had a starter go through the full season starting every game, under Steve Sarkeesian, really. So, he's the next guy up. So, it sounds like it's coming together for him. Yeah.
CB, man.
But then KJ Lacey, Sark spoke highly of him today. He said he's like, he does things that's like, oh, that's why we recruited him. That kid's a stud. He looks like, the next great thing. And then he'll do things that looks like an early freshman when he doesn't know what to do. And, that's why he's the third string quarterback. So, very strong quarterback. I know Chip wrote about it the other day on Horns 24/7. That's kind of, one of the strengths of the team, just the overall, the talent in that room. So yeah, I think, I think Texas is thrilled with what they have. And it seems to be going along well so far this spring.
Yeah. Talking to Hank South, of course, of horns247.com. And Hank, the offensive line, I think Sark sounded positive. He likes what's going on at tackle. And he even, he mentioned Trevor Gooseby, Brandon Baker, Andre Kojo, and our man, Nick Brooks.
Yep.
The behemoth.
Yeah. 6'7", 350, 353.
353.
Yeah. That's great. The first day the lineup was, Brandon Baker starting at right tackle. But again, like you just mentioned, healthy competition with Kojo and the other guys. That's what you need, especially when you're replacing 4 starters along an offensive line. And again, there's guys that are playing that have starting experience, but 4 full-time starters. He said it sounds like DJ Campbell's having a great spring.
Yes.
He said this is like the best version of DJ Campbell he's seen, which, that's got to be encouraging to hear. But yeah, that tackle position, we know Gooseby's going to be left tackle, but that right tackle could be an interesting, up for grabs. I think it's probably going to be Baker, but it's great that, you hear guys, Kojo is pushing him and Sark spoke highly of Nate Kibble, who's already running second team right guard. And so it sounds like, as the depth is kind of thinned out a little bit, it sounds like the guys are still pushing each other. So it seems like the offensive line is going to be in a good spot, as good as a spot as it can be, considering the amount of guys they're replacing. It doesn't sound like they're going to miss too much of a beat with the guys they have.
Yeah. Hank, you're starting to hear a lot of, rumblings when it comes to Trey Moore and him being put in different positions, not just an edge rusher. I guess they got him playing a little bit of linebacker and just mixing it up with him. How do you think that's going to play out? And why do you think Steve Sarkeesian and Pete Kwiatkowski are going that route?
Yeah, I think it's, if you look at it, it's a case of like just having your best guys on the field at the same, or like trying to get all your best guys on the field at the same time. Whether it's Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, Trey Moore, you got Anthony Hill. That's like that's a offensive lineman, offensive coordinator nightmare in terms of trying to pick those guys up or trying to defend what they're trying to do. So, it makes sense, trying to get these guys as many snaps as they can. But it was interesting, they brought in David Bailey last week from Stanford. They're pretty loaded at edge, with all the guys they have, the depth they have, that they would go out and look at an edge rusher like David Bailey. I know Tech, paid crazy amounts for him to come to Lubbock from Stanford for his final season. But I thought it was interesting that they entertained the idea of bringing in another edge rusher. Is that like, Is that a sign of like maybe a portal loss they foresee coming, or they just want a best guy available? I know people think David Bailey's a top 50 NFL guy. So, sometimes you just want to take an elite guy just to get an elite guy. But yeah, I think with Trey Moore experimenting at linebacker a little bit, it's just the idea of trying to get the best guys on the field at the same time when you can.
Yeah. Hank, what when you look at the concerns for Texas, what would you say are the top concerns for Texas right now, Texas football?
And I say concern, and I think, I think defensive line is a little up in the air. I didn't sense, and this could be just me reading into it differently, but I didn't sense the most, optimism about it hearing from Sark today. He said it's still kind of a work in progress. The whole team's a work in progress, but when you're trying to bring in a bunch of new faces that don't have a ton of, Cole Brevard does and Shaw does, but guys that don't have a ton of playing experience to come in and compete in the SEC, the fact that he says they still want to get some, still look at defensive line in the portal, I think goes to show, that's probably an area of concern if you had to pick one.
He described Travis Shaw's knee as nagging.
Yeah, which I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, so
I don't blame his knees trying to hold him a 6'5". Let's see, 3. What are you checking at? He's 40. Travis Shaw is
Chip had him as a little sloppy.
6'5", 350.
Yeah, 6'5", 350.
His knees are doing the best they can, holding them up. No, so I thought that was interesting. Maybe an area of concern. But again, last year, you're coming off a year where you have Byron Murphy and Devondre Sweat. It's like, oh, well, they're gonna not be as strong there. Yeah, fall off a little bit. Alfred Collins, obviously Vernon Broughton. You have two program guys. They held it together, and then your portal additions, certainly supplemented that as well. So we'll see. Maybe this is a year they do take a little bit of a step back, but again, we're still, it's early April. We'll see how these guys continue. We're only halfway through spring. I am, mildly concerned about tight end, just because we don't really know what they have. Again, these guys could have great seasons. We saw Gunnar Helm explode this year, but until we see it, you just don't. There's not a lot to go off of, especially now Washington's dealing with the injury going into the summer. So that, and just from a depth perspective too. So I think those, if I'm picking one offense, one defense, those are two areas I think you could say are maybe mild concerns right now.
Yeah.
Hank, NFL draft in 2 weeks. How you feeling right about now about those Texas boys? I know Quinn Ewers is going to be on John Gruden's quarterback show. I'm excited for that to come out.
Yeah.
Watched Will Howard's episode, and that was cool. Got Gruden's a character. But as of now, how you feel about just the Texas players and them putting themselves out there to get ready for the NFL draft?
I was looking at, I think Field Yates' latest one, and it'll be curious to see which Texas players go first. Cause like some have Matthew Golden going first among all of them. Some have Johnny Barron. I think today, the one I read today was Barron to the Dolphins at 13 or whatever their first pick is. And then, Banks shortly after, and then Golden after that. I think his was to the Cardinals. But yeah, there's like a new draft, it's mock draft season. So you see a bunch of different predictions, but the one I read didn't have Quinn Ewers in the first 2 rounds. It had like Tyler Shuck going like early second. I'm like, and then Jalen Milroe going to the Giants early second, like all before Quinn Ewers. I don't think that's going to be how it pans out, but I did see they invited Jalen Milroe to the draft in Green Bay. So I don't know if that's someone having a feeling that he's going to go first round, which I think would be wild if he did. But if a team falls in love with him, who knows? But yeah. So and then I think the draft I saw, Field Yates has had Bond in the second round. I didn't see Alfred Collins in it, but no, either way, all these guys are going to get picked. It's just a matter of second, third round for most of them. I think the 3 first rounders are sure things with Golden, Barron, and Banks. We'll see if anyone else, if Quinn can sneak in there, or if someone gets really giddy about Alfred Collins, I don't know. and jumps up and gets him. But yeah, I think they'll break the record. I think that everyone kept asking them that at Pro Day. It's like, will you guys break the 11-man record? And it's like, I think it's not a sure thing, but I think it's probably a pretty high chance they do with all the guys they had invited to the combine and the seasons they put up. So it should be a good draft. I'm excited to see how it unfolds, and excited to see where Quinn Ewers ends up too. Obviously, in this kind of a weird quarterback year.
Yeah.
Hank, there's some big recruiting. A big recruiting weekend coming up.
Yep.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's the so it's like Longhorn City Limits, like part 2 kind of. They had one a couple weekends ago. It wasn't a ton of kids, but this one's going to be kind of their big weekend prior to that fan day. They're trying to get all their guys. Like they asked, Diabell to come back out, the Texas quarterback commit, to kind of help out. But some really big name targets. Jamarian Carlton, the 5-star edge rusher from Temple. One of their top cornerback targets that they love, Samari Matthews. He's going to be on campus for a few days this weekend out from North Carolina. He's a guy that's really shot up Texas's list. They offered him shortly after Orfe came on board. And I think he talked to Anna Adams on 24/7 over the weekend. I think he has Texas in his top 4 right now, going to come back for an official as well in June. But that's a guy Texas really covets, as well as Hayden Howard. Hayward Howard, not Hayden Howard. A New Orleans area defensive back. He'll be on campus this weekend as well. I believe there's a few more. Mason James, a wide receiver from Norman, Oklahoma, who is one of Texas's top wide receiver targets. So everyone thinks he's going to OU. Sometimes that works against the hometown school. Everyone thinks you're going somewhere, you want to go do something else. So he'll be back on campus. I'm sure we'll add some more guys as the weekend gets closer, because it's going to be a pretty big event. Like this event last year had guys like Jamie French. This was his first visit to Texas this weekend last year. And of course we saw how that, culminated in him picking Texas later in the summer. I'm trying to think who else was out at that event last year. The Coleman brothers, the 2 offensive linemen signees from Cedar Hill. I mean, there was a bunch of Bo Barnes was there last year, handful of other guys that Texas really liked. So yeah, it should be a pretty big weekend. There's going to be guys at that fan day on the 26th as well. I'm not sure if it's going to be as big of a day, just because the setup's a little bit different now. But yeah, this weekend for sure, this Saturday is going to be a big turnout.
Yeah. Hank, as we saw last night in the national championship game, quote unquote, football schools could also win it all in basketball with Florida. Sean Miller's trying to get to that, and he's brought in some guys, the FAU commit, Mathis, Voikititis. How do you say his name, Hank?
Before we got on, I went to make sure I pronounced it right. I looked up a Lithuanian pronunciation guide, and it is this is what I found: Matas Voikititis.
Voikititis. Yeah, I knew Hank.
Very good.
Very appreciate you, Hank. But yeah, Voikititis. They bring in Cam Heide from Purdue. We all know Dylan Swain's been there for a couple of weeks now. How's this roster panning out? Kendall Weaver's coming back. Jordan Pope, Trayvon Mark, Nick Cody. Sean Miller's doing a good job. How do you think he's doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going about as well as it could go. If not, exceeding expectations so far. I mean, you missed on Ryan Conwell. You get one of those guys. I think, Sean Miller was probably happy to get one of them. I think they really loved Dalen Swain. I think they love both of them, but, you can't go all in on one. You have to have NIL for the rest of the roster.
And Conwell only has 1 year left. Swain has 2.
Yeah. So, but I think Dalen Swain, great addition, one of the top scoring threats for Xavier last year. Camden Hyde kind of, I think that caught everyone a little bit by surprise. There wasn't a lot of buzz about who, he entered the portal last Wednesday and committed to Texas on Friday, so it moved very quickly. But kind of a role play shooter. I think there's the role player shooter that there's a role for him in this offense. He has some like crazy dunk highlights as well. And obviously coming from a program like Purdue, he's used to, success. They only lost to Houston by 2 points in the Sweet 16, and he had like 10 points in that game. So he's played at a high level in big games. But yeah, I'm just very intrigued by Voikititis. I think that's a really that's a big ad. A 7-footer, a dog. in the background. Sorry. I mean, like a true center, a guy that, and he's like a gritty player. Like I was talking to one guy earlier this week, and like he got a bunch of like technical fouls earlier in the year. He had to kind of like calm down. Like so, like you gotta love that. He gets really fiery. He's a feisty player. He's going to go up and get the rebounds, and he's like a 63% shooter. So I think it's a really nice ad. And, Eric Henry on Horns 24/7 did a really nice breakdown. How is that going to translate to, Sean Miller's up-tempo pace of play? FAU actually played at a higher pace statistically than Xavier did last year. And, he was the AAC freshman of the year. So I know Florida Atlantic fans are like in shambles that they lost him. So I think that goes to show a lot about, what kind of player they're getting in him. So 3 really good portal additions. I think just as much success retaining the guys you wanted to retain: Kendall Weaver, Tremont Mark, Nick Cody, who, I think still has high ceiling. We don't truly know all Texas has in him. And then Jordan Pope, who, obviously we know can score the basketball as well. So, I guess what, five more spots if we're going by 15 scholarships to fill. And and that's also including, the lesser, like Malik Presley, we heard is coming back, and Jamie Vincent as well, another 7-footer. So, they're filling up the roster nicely. Like we have 24/7 has them number 24 in the nation in the way too early rankings for next year. So, you can turn around a roster pretty quick in the portal era in basketball. So if you have the right coach in place, get a few of the key role play. I mean, I think they should have some pretty immediate success.
I like it. Hank, you're the man.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Always love our Tuesday convos. Keep up the good work. Everybody get over to horns247.com to keep up with all things Texas. Appreciate you, man.
Sure. No problem. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
right.
Hank.
See you.
Hank South, bringing it. And as y'all know, we go back to back on Tuesday. Get a little Texas perspective. Then we go to the national college football analyst and portal guru. Last week we asked him, how is he prepping for that football portal to open on April 16th, just 8 days away. Hummer, how you doing? Any holes in one this past week?
What's up?
Any holes in one this past week?
No holes in ones, Chip. But
You had one though.
Yeah, I had one like 2.5 weeks ago. Yeah. And
Yeah, your bracket was money too.
Top 4. I think I was top 400 in the world on ESPN. So
Hummer.
Yeah.
So you had Houston and Florida, and you had Florida winning.
Yeah, I didn't miss a game from the Sweet 16 on.
Wow. Hummer.
Yeah, man. Missed 10 games all tournament. Come at me, yo.
Come at me, bro.
Yeah.
Top
I'm like Houston, man.
out of 24.4 million. That is gangsta. Have you ever had a bracket like that in your life?
No. And obviously it came in the 1 year I didn't join a bracket pool for money. Like literally the first time in like a decade I didn't join one. So that's how it goes.
Damn it. Well, what'd you think of the ending of that game last night?
Oh, that was tough, man. Like, I mean, I think we've all been there. If you played any kind of basketball, you pick up your dribble or go up for a shot where you're not supposed to. Like, you realize you're going to have a double dribble if you touch the ball again after you drop it, and you're just helpless. And for the season to end like that, man, that's brutal. But, I mean, it was a hell of an entertaining Final Four. I'll tell you that. I had a really good time watching the basketball games, and I hope Kelvin Sampson gets him one of those national championships eventually because he deserves it.
That was
better than me, Homer, because I'm good with him not getting one. You know what I'm saying? All them years that he put it on Texas and Rick Barnes and stuff. Like, Kelvin, you got to go out sad like us, man. But I'm a hater, so that's different. You're
that's
nice.
Terrible.
I know. You're right. It's not good. It's not.
I mean, he wasn't in Oklahoma for that long, was he? I mean, he was only there. I guess like from my childhood, he was not there.
Yeah, it felt like forever.
Yeah.
Like, that's
he was only there till what, like 05 maybe, like 06?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Sounds about right.
Indiana and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I covered a lot of those games. Kelvin Sampson's teams were always just that much tougher than Rick Barnes's teams. That was a easy pick. I told everybody, bet till your hands bleed on Houston over Tennessee because Kelvin Sampson owns Rick Barnes. I witnessed it. But that's another matter. Hummer knew that already. Hummer's bracket was peerless, for God's sake.
What can we say?
Top 400 out of 24.4 million.
Impressive.
That's why we have him on the show, because he knows stuff.
Yeah, just don't check my against the spread college football picks last year, and then we'll be good.
Oh no, you were pretty good at those too, as I recall. Hummer, how much are you paying attention to spring football? Like Ohio State spring football?
I mean, I'm aware. Yeah, you talking about the quarterback battle?
Yeah, what's going on at the quarterback spot for the Buckeyes?
Well, I think Ryan Day, I know a lot of Texas fans, old friend Lincoln Riley, doesn't like to show his hand, right? Well, what was the one that always cracked me up with Lincoln Riley back in the day? It was
oh God,
was it Jalen Hurts wasn't assured of a starting job after transferring in? He kept that all the way up through August, right?
Yeah.
I remember Ryan Day doing this with CJ Stroud, his, I think, second year when he was coming back as a starter, wouldn't say he was the starter, until way deep into fall camp. And I think we're seeing another example of this. It's Julian Sand versus Lincoln Kineholtz, for those who aren't familiar with Ohio State's quarterback room. Lincoln Kineholtz is one of the highest rated recruits ever to come out of South Dakota, I believe. I think he's South Dakota, small town kid, but who blew up into a top 100 prospect in the 2022 class. Everybody wanted him. Julian Sand is a 5-star recruit from the 2024 class that Nick Saban recruited to Alabama, but he was only at Alabama for a week and a half until Saban retired. Yeah, and then they're both in Columbus right now, and it's neck and neck. You can't pull them apart, says Ryan Day, but I would contend that Julian Sand will be the guy there eventually. I would be very surprised if it wasn't Julian Sand, despite what's being said out loud. And I'd also remind people that the spring portal window is coming up soon, and teams aren't fond of losing their quarterback depth to the portal. So you might be hearing a lot of those statements from head coaches across the country as we head towards April 16th.
What are you expecting from Ohio State this year, Hummer? What's their trajectory when it comes to Big Ten? Again, they're defending the national champs. Everybody in Columbus thinks that they should be national champions every year. That's just how it goes when you're at a blue blood school like that. But again, Julian Sand, you're picking him to be QB1. We know Caleb Downs is a stud. What about everyone else? How do you think this team's going to do, especially with Chip Kelly going off to the NFL?
I think it'll be fine. I mean, they're just so talented across the board. They're honestly, frankly, they're where Texas is at right now. Even if you lose an impactful quarterback or an impactful wave of players to the draft, you kind of expect them to be able to keep it up. So I don't expect a lot of drop off for Ohio State, if any. Well, I mean, there will be some. They were the most talented team in the country last year. But I don't know about y'all, but if you were going to pick the best offensive player and the best defensive player in the sport, I think a lot of people would say they both play in Columbus, Ohio, right? Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs. As long as Julian Sand is good, I think Ohio State's going to be just fine offensively. They landed 3 of the top offensive linemen in the portal. They still have plenty of talent at running back. They have the most talented receiver room in the country. They're fine without Chip Kelly. I don't care who's calling plays. If you got Jeremiah Smith to throw to, you're fine. Defensively, I have more questions about Ohio State, but at the end of the day, they still have a ton of NFL talent, and I don't expect a huge drop off on that side of the ball. So I think they'll be just fine. I think it'll be a slugfest in Columbus when Texas goes up there in September.
Do you still think they're going to? Do you think they're going to win the Big Ten or no?
I think that's a great question that I haven't really given a lot of thought to at this point in the year. I think there are 3 teams really. I mean, it's not any different than normal, but have a legitimate chance to win the Big Ten: Penn State, Ohio State, and Oregon going into next year. I think I probably actually, and I'm going to regret it because it's James Franklin historically does not make this work, but I think I favor Penn State actually going into this year.
Ooh.
just because of everything they return. It's funny. Penn State's kind of in a position that Michigan and Ohio State were at the last 2 years, right? Where you use all of your NIL money to essentially bring back your best core of athletes you've had on campus in a little bit. And you put your chips in and you hope that's enough to win a national championship. It was enough for Michigan. It was enough for Ohio State. And I think Penn State going into next year is the most experienced and the most talented team in the Big Ten, at least the combination of the two. So I lean their direction.
You're buying Drew Aller.
Buying Drew Aller, buying Nick Singleton, buying what
and
is
you know, Jim Knowles gonna give all the secrets to what's going on in Columbus. Like, that's why you're here. All the notes that Jim Knowles learned in Columbus, he's handing it over to James Franklin, so James Franklin maybe could get over the mountaintop for once.
Yeah, that notes app will be shared. And like, you could argue Penn State has the best two coordinators in college football between Jim Knowles on defense and Andy Kolnicki on offense. I mean, I think Texas fans are very familiar with Andy Kolnicki from his time at Kansas and what they did offensively there. They're super creative on that side of the ball. Jim Knowles is as aggressive as it gets in college football. And like, Penn State doesn't have like a top 5 roster in terms of talent, but it definitely has a top 10 roster. And when you add in all the experience, like, I think Penn State's in a really good position to make a run next year. I would have like, it's an interesting year because I think the gap is closed from like, I think the gap between number 10 and number 1 going into next year is going to be very small. And it brings teams like Penn State, teams like Clemson, teams like even Miami into the mix for a national championship that like really haven't been there the last couple of years, even if like you see Penn State sneak into the semifinals, right? Like, I don't think anybody thought Penn State was as good as Ohio State last season. We saw that on the field. So I think the gap between the top 10, like the top half of the top 10 and the bottom half of the top 10 is more narrow than it's been in a minute.
Does Penn State go to Ohio State next year, Hummer?
Yep.
I think they do. Yeah, I think they had them at home this year.
Yeah, that'll be. There you go. There's James Franklin's moment of truth. Because
I think Penn State gets Oregon at home, and I don't think they play Michigan this year. So there's some opportunity with that schedule for them.
Interesting.
How about you really like Miami? Like, I get it. Carson Beck should be pissed off. Lost his girlfriend, lost his cars. You know what I'm saying? Have something to prove against Georgia. Like, Mario Cristobal probably got something to prove. But when you lose arguably the number 1 pick in the draft, that usually sets teams back. But you just said you like Miami a little bit.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think they're very talented. I think they'll have one of, if not the best offensive lines in college football. I think they had a really big problem on defense last year in the secondary, and they went out and spent money to fix it. I think they signed like 4 of the top 20 DBs out of the transfer portal. They also bring back OJ Frederick, who was one of the best freshman corners in the country last year. He held opposing passers to like a 40% completion rate all year. So you fix that. As long as Carson Beck's healthy, which I know is an if, as long as Carson Beck doesn't date another Cavender twin, like, he's going to be pretty good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe he's going to be back to the first round draft pick projection he had going into last year.
Yeah. No distractions.
Yeah. I would still pick Clemson in the ACC, but I do think Miami is in that like group of 10 or 12 teams going into next year that have a legitimate shot to push deep into the college football playoff. So
what about those Mustangs?
I think SMU is going to be really good. I think it would be difficult to catch lightning in the bottle quite the same way SMU did last year. That schedule could not have set it up any more favorably for them. But we saw when Kevin Jennings is healthy and when Kevin Jennings doesn't have the worst game of his career in the college football playoff, that SMU is extremely dangerous. The schedule is more difficult for SMU this year. I'm looking at it right now. They have to go to TCU. They have to go to Clemson. They host Miami. Like, they play Louisville. They play Syracuse. Like, that's like some of the best teams in the ACC. So plus TCU. I also didn't mention they host Baylor in the non-conference portion of the schedule. Like, last year, like, SMU was the more talented team in almost every game it played. That won't be the case this year. It's a much more difficult schedule.
All right. Well, there's that. However, when you look at the SEC, the LSU Tigers, all I hear is that Brian Kelly is kind of an ogre. He's hard to work for. He's hard to deal with. Like I heard, Scott Woodward wanted Bo Davis more than Brian Kelly wanted Bo Davis. He's just kind of and Bo Davis gone now. But what's your sense of LSU? I mean, I know they have Garrett Nussmeier, and I think Brian Kelly's a really good coach, but are you sensing that they're gaining momentum? They're standing still? What's your take on LSU?
I think LSU is on the short list of teams that can win the national championship next season. I feel pretty strongly about that. I mean, I think we might have like the most anticipated matchup of the season in week 1 next year, because I think LSU and Clemson are 2 top 5 preseason teams, and I think both Tigers have a legitimate argument to be in the national title mix. I think LSU's ceiling will be determined by a couple things. One, like Garrett Nussmeier, can you cut down the turnovers? He had the turnover bug last year, a really bad one against, I think it was A&M. I think it was the A&M game where he had like 5 second-half turnovers. But when he's right, he is as talented as any quarterback in the country. I think he has a legitimate chance to be a top 10 draft pick this time next year. I think he's got all the tools in the world. So that's going to be a factor. Health is going to be a factor on offense. Like Nick Anderson coming in from Oklahoma has to be healthy. Like they have to have healthy offensive line production, which they didn't always have last year, despite having Will Campbell at left tackle. But more importantly, defensively, they have to take a step. That unit was a mess last year in year 1 under Blake Baker. Harold Perkins needs to come back and find his place. They have to get much better production from the front 4. They have to keep up the pressure rate they had. The secondary has to play so much better. But like, I know that's a lot of ifs, but when you look at the talent that's on that roster, you look at the talent they brought in via the portal, you look at the quarterback that they have in a year where the SEC quarterback rooms are pretty wide open. Like I'm very bullish on what LSU can be.
Real quick on Texas Tech, because you said last week you think Texas Tech is the favorite to win the Big 12, and we were just talking to Hank South, and Tech dumped a good pile of money on tight end David Bailey.
Yeah, defensive end of David Bailey.
Sorry, defensive end. Who else have they dumped money on?
I mean, they have the number 1 transfer portal class in the country, so they've dumped money on a lot of people. I don't remember the exact quote, but I remember somebody in December, like a DPP at a P4 school, telling me that Texas Tech messed up the market for everybody else because they've spent so much more money. And like Texas Tech went to a very high number to get David Bailey, like a number that would raise a lot of eyebrows. And Texas was at a pretty nice number too, but like Texas Tech was at a very big number. So
how many years of eligibility does he have?
1. He's essentially a 6-month rental.
So they paid over 7 figures for him, or paid
over 7 figures. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like $2 million?
Oh, I don't want to say numbers, but yeah. I mean,
Cody Campbell.
What?
Cody Campbell strikes again.
Cody Campbell's not messing around.
Double R energy.
Exactly. But yeah, I would say the market for David Bailey was into 7 figures for sure.
Damn.
Yeah, that's insane. But hey, Lubbock's a different place. Hummer, Grambling State's head coach, Mickey Joseph, had some interesting things to say last week. And Chip, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this too. But he talked about how there should be a buyout situation for players who are on the G5 level that want to go make this NIL money and play for bigger brand schools on the P4 level, kind of like what you see with coaches. And I thought that was really interesting because it is the wild, wild west out here with the transfer portal and stuff. And a lot of these mid-major programs don't get anything out of it. Like they develop these guys and then they go off to see if the grass is greener on the other side. How do you feel about those statements on players being bought out of, I guess, their situation when they try to move up from the G5 ranks to the P4 ranks?
I mean, I'm all for it. It works for international soccer. Like literally every giant soccer club in the world has to deal with something similar. And it's really the only comparable thing because like the fact that technically the MLS and the Premier League, they're not playing each other like for like, but you're all competing for the same professional football players, right? Like, or professional soccer players.
Yeah.
And the only way to really tier it up is when an MLS team like drafts or mines or develops a really good player and he's under contract, but that player wants to go play for Manchester United. Like the only way that makes sense for the MLS team to make that happen is if they get paid a buyout. Like they get paid a transfer fee. And I think if I was a G5 school or an FCS school, I would very much be interested in the same type of fee for my players. One, because you get rewarded for developing a player even if you lose them. And that's a big deal. Like even like a $50,000 fee would go a long way for some of these FCS programs that like only make into the hundreds of thousands every year anyway. And two, like, I think it would make P4 teams think twice about who they poach. Like, you can't just poach anybody for depth anymore. You have to really think about your salary cap numbers. So I just think it makes the sport in a more interesting place. There is a giant caveat to that, and that players are not employees. They do not collectively bargain. And I don't see why any of them would sign up to make it more difficult for them to transfer, because that's ultimately what it is. It's a restriction on them. But I think long-term it would be very healthy for the sport and make it more equitable for some of these smaller school teams.
Yeah. They are contractors. I think they all get 1099s, Hummer, which, you know, you better be on top of your taxes paying game.
A lot of schools have like, it's funny. It's gotten to the point where a lot of schools have dedicated tax experts for the student athletes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't think it's TurboTax either. I think it's like legitimate, like CPAs coming through. So, but yeah, no, 1099s are not, is it W4s? Is that the proper term? I should know.
W2s if you're like a straight up employee.
Yeah.
1099 if you're an independent contractor.
Yeah, I don't know how eager the NCAA is to institute W2s, but I do agree with Mickey Joseph here. I think it'd be very good for the sport if it happened one day.
Okay.
Hummer, you keep up with Texas Longhorns, everything. What are your big concerns for the Longhorns football team halfway through spring football?
I mean, DT is a concern. I mean, it's hard to tell like what exactly like Texas interior defensive line is going to be. We saw Texas very aggressively try to upgrade their edge room, David Bailey. I think that was more taking the best player available as to an issue with who's in the room already. But like that defensive line room does need to take a step forward. I do wonder offensively how that offensive line is going to come together. I don't really anticipate any big moves from Texas there in the portal. But receiver, still, it's a very young group. Not that worried about it, but like we saw Texas go after Eric Singleton during the winter for a reason. But like I think if there's one position Texas is going to look to upgrade above all, it'd probably be tight end. I think you could definitely see Texas, if the right player's there, go after a tight end in the portal. Because like after back-to-back seasons of NFL draft picks at tight end, especially with as valuable as Gunnar Helm became the last year, I mean, like, You could argue he was more valuable than Jatavion Sanders was. Certainly was a better blocker, and like I think was probably Quinn Ewers' favorite target for long stretches. Like that's a difficult player to replace, and I don't know if Texas necessarily has that player on the roster right now.
Yeah.
But,
Amari Winston, baby. Ridge Barker.
Yeah. But if your biggest hole is tight end, you're not having that bad of a time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Hummer, you like Frank Reich and Stanford? Obviously, him and Andrew Luck go back, but it was an interesting move that Andrew Luck did, bringing Frank Reich in.
I think it was the right move. There's two ways you could have gone about that. You could have obviously hosted a national search and tried to bring in a head coach, but I think a lot of your better options are pretty firmly cemented at other schools. And if you try to hire a full-time head coach, you narrow your search in a way that's not going to be the case in October, November of next year. Like a late hire has worked out in the past. Like I think Kansas is very happy with replacing Les Miles with Lance Leipold. That really worked out for them. But like, I think it's a difficult position to be in. It's going to be a lost year for Stanford. That's just kind of the reality. I think they're going to have a tough time holding on to their best players, even though they've been fighting pretty hard. But like Frank Wright is a veteran NFL head coach with a lot of experience, is known as one of the best quarterback developers in football. And like, you could do a lot worse. This reminds me of Jim Grobe from a couple of years ago at Baylor. Obviously the situation's not nearly as bad as it was for Jim Grobe taking over Baylor, but it's that type of hire. And like, if you're Stanford, you have to hope you can just hire the right coach later in the winter because this is definitely a stopgap move. And while you have time, your players don't tend to be patient with their futures, even at a place like Stanford.
Hummer, obviously the hearings are going on right now on the House settlement. Anything out of those hearings grabbing your attention?
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting that Judge Wilkin suggested that there's no reason to immediately implement roster limits and instead say they should be phased in, which is kind of wild because like coaches have been saying that for quite a while. And they haven't really gotten their way and their wish on that. I think largely due to financials. And now like we're at a point where a lot of teams are just like actively cutting players to get down to 105. And like, they might not actually have to cut those players. So I really feel really bad for a lot of these walk-ons. And I feel really bad for a lot of these coaches that are having to make decisions right now without really complete information, because like by the time this comes back through and gets put back in front of the judge, like the NCAA could have adjusted that. I don't know if they will, but that certainly stood out. Like that is a pretty big issue in college athletics right now, college football particularly, and not a lot of certainty despite the fact that the spring portal is like 8 days away.
Yeah, and the SEC has been like, we're staying at 85. We're keeping our walk-ons, or at least 20 walk-ons. And we'll go from there. I mean, they've kind of been like, hey, we'll be where we're at, you know? I mean, they're not reacting. They're doing their own thing.
But I mean, even if you keep 20 walk-ons, like every roster is still cutting another 20. Like, you know what I mean? Like most schools in the SEC carry 125 plus. So it's just like, do you really have to cut those 20 guys from the program? Like, we'll see.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff, Hummer. You're the man. Always enjoy the Tuesday conversation.
Appreciate it, y'all.
You got, sorry, I forgot to ask Zay if he has one more.
Nah, Hummer. Hell of a job per usual, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Hummer. Hummer, what's your cat's name again?
Marlin.
Marlin?
Yeah, like the fish.
Okay.
Yeah. She was in Corpus Christi. I have no idea why they called her Marlin, but there we are.
We're learning the names of the pets of our guests today.
Well, my dog's name is Chewy, if you wanna.
Okay.
I got Chewy and Marlin, so
They get along?
In that they can sit in the same room without killing each other. Yeah.
What kind of dog is Chewy?
A super mutt. He's like a Chow Chow German Shepherd mix is what he looks like most.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super mutt.
Yeah.
All right, here's a quiz, Zay. Do you remember the name of Hank's dog?
Nope. Because when you said it looks like Champ, now I can only think of my dog Champ. So, nah, I don't remember.
Hummer?
Daisy, right?
Huh?
It's a Daisy, right?
No.
Wait, wasn't it? Like he had a dog named Daisy. What's his dog's name?
Augie.
Augie.
Did he get a
Augie.
second dog?
Augie Garrido. Oh, he has a dog named Daisy? Okay, well, we
He
need
did
to.
for a while. He had a black lab, but anyway.
How about that? Any feel for the Texas baseball game tonight? Just kidding. All right. Hummer, you're the man. And next time you see me, I will not be wearing these glasses.
I was kind of wondering about the look, Chip, but it's all
Yeah,
good.
I can't find my readers. So I grabbed my wife's readers and I look like Harry Carey today. Or Charles Nelson Riley, I've heard we've got. It's kind of a Kurt Rambis, even.
Rambis.
So anyway.
Oh man.
Thanks for not
All right.
laughing.
All right, Zay and Harry Carey. I'll talk to y'all later.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate your Hummer.
Chris Hummer. Check him out on the Twitters and 24/7 Sports. Oh, shoot. Forgot to ask him about the damn Alamo Dome. Because he wrote about the Alamo Dome and it's 30 years old. And are they going to update it and keep it going for Final Four purposes? Crap.
Yeah, all they got is what, Final Four and UTSA football?
Yeah, I mean,
6 games a year? Alamo Bowl?
they got to keep it going.
Yeah,
It's the
keep
home
it
of
going.
It's the home of the meat meeps.
What? What is that?
That's what the UTSA fans say to each other. Meep meep.
Oh, gotcha.
You're not digging that.
I mean, you've had better. That's all good.
Well, that's not me. That's UTSA fans.
Oh, that's what they really
Yeah,
want.
I'll throw praying mantis, Dylan, the praying mantis, Volantis. That one I'm trying to.
That one's, you should be proud of that one. I've been using that one. That means it's good.
Okay. All right. Good. See?
You know who else you look like right now? You look like, what's my man, Annie Hall? Woody Allen.
Oh, Woody Allen.
Woody Allen.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
It's not getting worse. Woody Allen was the man.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he was.
He was the man. Come on. Still the man, I think.
Right. You see my
maybe he got canceled. I don't know. I think he got canceled. Never mind.
Did you see my fat head of Amon-Ra fell off my wall?
That's unfortunate. What happened?
I don't know. Maybe that's a bad sign. Maybe I need to check on Amon-Ra, make sure he's okay.
We gotta get John Brown on soon.
Yeah, we do.
What's John doing? We haven't talked to him tomorrow.
Maybe we can get him tomorrow. We're working on some stuff. We're working on some fun guests.
Okay.
I think we're gonna have we got some stuff that we're working on.
All right.
But yeah, so back to Texas spring football. Well, actually, while we're talking about brackets, we should mention audiovisual consultations. So we probably know who the winner is now, right? It's the bracket that replaced me. If we're being honest.
Yeah, Big Bro 211's picks one.
Big Bro 211s. Okay, so Big Bro 211s should be totally fired up because Big Bro 211s has won the 65-inch Samsung 4K television that was put up by our man Tom McKay of Audiovisual Consultations, who makes everything better. He's very generous. He's very putting up that TV for the Pick'em contest for Texas Sports Unfiltered. And Tom McKay's a great guy. He's funny. He loves sports. He loves hockey. And he's the best in the business. So you need the big screen of your dreams. You need a, surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting for a room. Just call Tom at 255-8678. That's the bat phone. So write that down. 255-8678. And Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you, from the free consultation to installation. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew handle it for you. It's going to be seamless. It's going to be great. If you're ready for the full-blown media room, that's what he does. So, audio visual consultations. Tom McKay, 255-8678. And to my guys who are snoring out there, I hope you're listening when I say get to the Sleep Cycle Center. The Sleep Cycle Center has the best technology. So they're going to assess what's going on with you, because when you snore, it's not just annoying to the person next to you. It could be a sign of a serious health problem, like not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping. Hate to mention this, but Reggie White, the former Pro Bowl defensive end, died of sleep apnea. And you need to go in and get a sleep study. And here's the beautiful thing. You mentioned Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. So you're getting in for, as good a price as you can possibly get in. And you need to get the information. Sleep Cycle Center has locations in Lakeway, in the Arboretum, and you owe it to yourself and to the person sleeping next to you to make an appointment today. SleepCycleCenter.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study, and you're going to get all the information you need and how to treat your sleep apnea. So that's a beautiful thing. And, Cover 3, I know a few people who went to Cover 3 last night for the championship game because they love it, because it's the great vibe. It's the great food, like the Chop House burger that Texas Monthly says is one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. Who doesn't love a great burger? Exactly. Get into Cover 3. Get that Chop House burger. Get that Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They have the Ruby Trout. I get it with a little extra pancetta. That's like fancy word for bacon. But the food is amazing. Brick chicken and mac and cheese. Come on. And if you go for happy hour, they got the $7 social hour menu, including the firecracker shrimp, which is what Scotty Scheffler has on the Champions Dinner tonight at the Augusta National, because he's the champ. So you too can have the firecracker shrimp tonight, just like as if you were at the Masters Champions Dinner. Just head over to Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. All right. So Zay, Steve Sarkeesian, someone congratulated him on the latest addition to his team. Amias. Something tells me L'Oreal named the child.
What?
What say you?
I say it's about 60-40. L'Oreal being the 60, Sark being the 40. Amias is a cool name. I dig it. Yeah, I dig it. I saw L'Oreal on TikTok put out a video of her thanking everyone who's been supportive throughout this process. I didn't know the baby was here. I thought like those photos that we saw last week was like the baby's coming, like L'Oreal's finally pregnant. I didn't know the baby was already here. And again, we saw her multiple times this year. I don't know if it was the fits or not, but she wasn't showing at all.
Oh, she was wearing
no idea.
She was wearing a poncho.
Okay. But this
Yeah,
was a surprise to everybody. They did a good job of keeping it real low key. So, you know,
Yeah.
good for
Yeah.
them.
Well, here are the names of Steve Sarkeesian's other kids. Brady, Ashley, and Taylor. Now he has an Amias. Amyas.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah.
I just
Amias, I think, is the only one that, you know, got that brother in him. Got to be a little different. I get it. I'm with it.
Yeah.
You know? So,
yeah.
L'Oreal also said, to what I feel like my man Jack is alluding to right here, when she feels comfortable breaking everything down, she will. And letting us know how this all came about. Because we were all in the same boat, Jack. Around last August, it's all separation. That L'Oreal and Sark were going to go their separate ways. Now we got a baby. Sark kissing her on her forehead and the maternity shoot and the pictures and stuff. You know, that's a big 180. That's all I got to say. Big 180 right there. I'm with it. You know, I love. They figured it out, it seemed like. Marriage counseling, whatever you got to do, you know, came together, figured it out. That's what it's all about. So, yeah, I'm happy for them too. Like they are. Once Nick Saban and Miss Terry retired, Sark and L'Oreal are the couple of college football. You can't tell me otherwise. They are the it couple of college football. That's what it is. Sark's the it guy.
Wasn't it a little weird? I mean, she goes off of social media for a couple months.
What you mean?
What I mean? She announced she took a leave.
Yeah.
From her Instagram.
Right.
I mean, why wouldn't she be knowing her? Why wouldn't she be playing up this pregnancy the whole time? I don't know.
It's about the baby. It's about who knows? Again, got to get better. Got to get right. Got to bring back the relationship into something healthy. So when the baby comes into this world, the baby sees a healthy relationship. No stress on L'Oreal. None of that stuff. So if that means going off social media for a little bit, so be it. Right move. That's the right move. Like, I want to know who that marriage counselor is.
Huh?
I want to know who that marriage counselor is, because obviously they ain't listening to you. They ain't go to that island that you always be talking about where you're stranded without any.
My boot camp.
Your boot camp. That's it. Chip's boot camp.
Island. I mean, if I could make enough money from the boot camp, maybe we'd send them to an island, but we're just putting them on a bus to Odessa. We're putting them on a bus to Odessa.
Just a grimy place.
No cell phones, no makeup, just your personality.
Are they allowed to eat? Good grief. Like what's
yeah, you get to eat, but it's not
good
glamorous.
meals. Yeah. Like fast food and stuff. Like
you take turns cooking for each other.
Oh man. Yeah.
You gotta see them for who they are. You gotta put them in some adversity, put them in a little grease, heat up that grease, see what they're really all about.
Oh, that's
see if they're gonna be there and fight, or if they're gonna be like, I'm out. Because you need to know.
You need to know.
What did Chris Rock say? You're dating their representative for the first however long.
Mm-hmm.
You can be dating the representative all the way up to the marriage.
Yeah.
If that, if let's say, of course, my man Sean always used to say, make sure you're in it with someone who has as much to lose as you. Sometimes that doesn't work out either, but it helps, because I'm not saying she's a gold digger.
Oh man.
She ain't messing with no broke. Hey, and look, guys, there are guy gold diggers too. So,
Oh, hell
ladies,
yeah.
don't get offended. Guys do it too.
Yeah, my man Stedman.
No.
Gold digging. Yeah, come on.
Oh, dog.
Stedman, he's around there.
Stedman used to make Oprah mad because he had a job, and she's like, "You don't need to work. You can just stay home and make sure I'm happy."
No. Stedman, that's a trap, Stedman, because now once Stedman does that, now she can talk to me in any way possible.
Oh,
talk
that's true.
Crazy, go beside your head, all this stuff.
I told you, I covered the Oprah Winfrey trial in Amarillo, and Stedman was not there. Maya Angelou was there the whole time, supporting Oprah. Stedman was busy. He was only coming in on weekends and stuff, doing his thing.
Stedman's still around. What about my man Corey Gable, who's with Kris Jenner, I mean. That dude, the brother that's like 15 years younger than Kris Jenner.
That's still going on?
That's still going on. He's a legend. That's one of my favorite individuals. He is a GOAT. Absolutely. Like, he's living the dream right now. I don't know what he does, but he always front row at Lakers games. He always on the show, eating escargot and caviar and stuff. I'm just happy to be here. That's I'm just happy to be here.
Chris is like, I need a hot man who can satisfy me.
I don't even know if he's that, but he'll be that for her.
Okay. Well, there's some reason
different. She just needs something real different.
There's some reason she's keeping him around.
Oh yeah, he's putting in that work.
He's probably curling her toes. You know what I mean? Now I'm getting compared to Run DMC in these glasses.
Damn. Saying you look like DMC. I mean, that's not a bad look. DMC was cool.
Yeah.
Like,
now I need these are my wife's readers. For those of you who just tuned in, I couldn't find my readers. And I just grabbed my wife's because she has like 100 of them laying around the house. So these are not my favorite of hers.
Speaking of, how was the time away?
You know what? It was great.
Good.
So I'll just say we went to Sedona, Arizona, which is, considered a magical place. The vortex energy. It's, there's belief that there's magical things happening there. Of course, there are tours that play up on it, and that all the way that the geography of that area it's you drive up and you're like, what's happening here? Why are these mountains coming up or not mountains, but rock formations coming up out of the earth, all that. So it was great. Thank you for asking. It was my wife's birthday in February, and I had promised her a trip, and we've both been so busy that the kind of first window was last weekend. So, thanks for asking, Zach.
Yeah, of course, man. That's important. I'm glad you got to get away for a little bit, especially with your lovely wife. You needed that, man. Y'all needed that. So, we held down the fort while you were gone. And
how'd it go?
Oh, it was solid. It was solid, man. Ghost and Sean Redfern of Horn Takes podcast and the boy E. Henry. All three did a hell of a job. So they did a great job. Very impressed.
Yeah. Y'all cracked me up, man. Chip needed his readers to find his readers. That's true. That is true. And sadly, I can't even remember where my readers are. Normally, they're always in the same spot, so I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. But
somebody on the Coda text line said you went on that Aaron Rodgers, was it ayahuasca? What you call that stuff?
Darkness retreat.
Darkness retreat.
Roy thought I was
like that.
Roy thought I was doing Vaz Madness. Not this past week. You know what I'm saying? But thank you. Thank you for okay, so here I am sitting. I've got this on.
Finally, I don't know what he was waiting on.
Yeah, so Trey Johnson, stud freshman, Texas, declared for the NBA draft, to Malika Andrews on ESPN, who is hot, according to CB. She's lost too much weight.
Damn, what?
Malika Andrews
Lost too much weight.
It's like skin and bone. She used to have a, great.
Stop. You ain't out here looking at these thick women. What are you talking about? What you know about that? Have you seen Sierra's recent video?
What do you mean? I can't have an opinion?
You can. I'm just saying, like, you need some meat on your bones. Go look at Sierra, Russell Wilson's wife. She just dropped a new video. Yo, man.
That's good.
She's still putting up numbers. Okay. Still. Like, she arching her back and stuff in the video. Like, no wonder Russell Wilson's been horrible recently. No wonder. It makes all the sense in the world. I can't sign you, Russ. I can't sign you. You dealing with this every day? You ain't watching film. You ain't watching film like you say you are. And again, Russell Wilson, he going to Canton, legend, Super Bowl champ. He like 9-time MVP or All-Star Pro Bowler, whatever the hell he's doing. Russell Wilson, we saw a significant drop in his play. Sierra has to be to blame. I'm sorry.
I thought she was gonna dump him. He was playing so bad.
Oh, nah, because she's on her, like, she was once dating the rapper Future, who might be one of the most toxic men in entertainment history. So she needed something the complete opposite of him. Russell Wilson fits that perfectly. So she's very happy with, more of a bland meat and potatoes type of brother, like Russ. Right. So it's perfect for her. And Russ, I think he's over his skis, man. I don't know how old Sierra is. She's probably early 40s. 39 years old. Yeah.
39. And she's from Fort Hood, Texas, baby.
Yeah.
And she is a smoke show.
Smoke show. Like, I was shocked because I know she looked good. Like, when you got our boy John McClain coming on the show saying how good someone looks, John McClain, he all types of professional. And John McClain, he be talking about it. So that's why I know Sierra, she's serious, man. Yeah, there's a reason why Russell's been struggling. Like, blame Denver, blame Pittsburgh, whatever, father time. Nah, Sierra, that can make any man a little discombobulated. And, like, when she says we got to do this, you listen. You listen. There's no I'm watching film, babe. Like, I got to go out and I got to take my offensive lineman out. No, if Sierra say, no, you with me tonight. You staying there. You're staying at the crib. I can't blame Russell at all. I think he really should just pack it in. Like, he's doing her a disservice by still playing. Like, what are you doing, bruh? It makes sense why he's always getting her pregnant too. That also makes a lot of sense because, wow, that video, I don't even know what she's singing, Chip. Like, I couldn't tell you one lyric from watching that video. That's one of those you watch on mute. I don't know what's going on, but Sierra, very impressive. What a career. Still going.
Yeah. Well, let's get to the chip shot. Before we do that, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. That's the best seafood in Austin, Texas. Great happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every day, 3:30 to close on Mondays. That selection of raw oysters. And you go in for happy hour, you're getting $5 off the appetizer menu, which has the mussels, crab cake, grilled oysters, and the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. But the whole menu is the best seafood in Austin, Texas. Check it out right there at Zilker, Rolling Wood in Mopac, and up north in Round Rock off Old Settlers. All right, Zay. So we got a chance to talk to Steve Sarkeesian today. And it's been a minute because he's been having a baby, Amias. He's got Brady, Taylor, and
Ashley. Is it Ashley one you said?
Brady, Taylor, and Ashley. Now he's got Amias. And so good for him. At 51 years old, he's going to be changing diapers, for God's sake, which as a 50-plus-year-old man is probably the last thing. But
he ain't changing no diapers, man. It's 10-point-something million.
All right.
You got other folk. You can hire a diaper changer.
Yeah, he got professional diaper changers.
Professionals, yeah.
But here's the thing I like about what's going on with Texas spring football. I like that Steve Sarkeesian has brought in a bunch of talented staff additions. He's kept the people he wanted, like Mike Bamonte, who no one knows about, but he made him the assistant quarterbacks coach because he had been an analyst, but Sark trusts him so much that they, created a staff position. He's got, Alan Clark coaching defensive ends and Jason McIndoe helping out with tight ends and fullbacks and special teams and Neil Brown. And so, he's brought in all these talented coaches to help push Texas up a notch, get over the hump, be a national championship contender in 2025. And here's the thing that he said today. He said, look, we're back to developing players. We're doing a lot of teaching because a lot of guys just walked out the door. They're relying on talented younger players at wide receiver, at defensive tackle outside of Travis Shaw and Cole Brevard and Hero Canoe. You've got Alex January and Melvin Hills and Justice Terry and Myron Charles and Josiah Sharma. You got young dudes who need to come along quickly. And tight end right now, Mari Winston and Ridge Barker, for God's sake. And I know I'm throwing Ridge Barker out there, but I did hear some good things about Ridge Barker. I'm just saying. So, and kid from Lovejoy, we had Todd Dodge on not too long ago, and he was like, "Hey man, Dalen McCutcheon is a dog. He's a warrior. So keep an eye out." I love that. Some of these guys come in thinking they're already minted. They're already made men. No, hell no.
Got to earn that.
Jonte Cook got run out of here. You know what I mean?
Did.
So either you come in and figure it out and grind and learn and become the man. He was talking today about how Matthew Golden was, it was totally different what he was doing at Texas than what he was doing at Houston. And he, kind of pulled Sark to the side, was like, "Hey, can you help me out? I'm trying to really get this offense figured out." And Sark said, "You probably didn't see the best version of Matt Golden until like halfway into the year." Because it's a lot. It's an NFL concept offense. And at receiver, we've talked about it a lot. You have to know everything going on with that play to know how you fit into it, run the right depth, know where you're going to pick up your block, whatever it is. And it's not just, I'm running Z-Cat fly. All I got to do is get past the DB and run as fast as I can. No, it's way, way more involved and detailed than that. I think there are really high expectations for this Texas football team because Arch Manning is the quarterback and Anthony Hill is the stud linebacker and Colin Simmons. This team has good bones. It has good bones, but they got to add some muscle to it. And And that they're not a finished product. They're not going to be a finished product until you get into fall camp. So what you like about what you're hearing is that there are players who are, starting to figure it out, put it together. Some of these guys are like at corner, Warren Roberson, Xavier Filsamy at safety. Some of these young guys, Wardell Mack, Kobe Black, we know, had made a few plays on the defense last year, but there's talent. There's talent on this team. It's got to be developed. And so kudos to Steve Sarkeesian for bringing in additional coaching staffers, if you will, into his football staff to help get these players developed. He's got a nickel cornerbacks coach. And so these guys are getting the kind of attention that they need. He hired the Bears quarterbacks coach. So I like where it's going, but it's not like I get all the preseason hype, and Steve Sarkeesian wants that national championship too. But there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done. They're not as good at defensive tackle as they were a year ago. They're not as good. We'll see on the offensive line, but, they got to come together. And it does sound like DJ Campbell, who last year may have been, still trying to learn his position and be a leader, is now more comfortable in his own skin. And he said today, we're getting the best version of DJ Campbell we've seen. And that's really good because he's the one returning starter on the offensive line. And obviously Cole Hudson's been a starter too. And I've reported over at Horns 24/7 in the Insider that comes out every Thursday morning that Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell have been good leaders in different ways. Like Cole Hudson's kind of the guy who's, on everybody to do the right thing immediately. And then DJ Campbell comes in and is like, yeah, we're doing that. And we're like, okay, all right, we're doing that. So it's good. And you need those guys. Talk to Dan Neal. You got to have big, strong leaders in your offensive and defensive lines because they're the most intimidating guys on the team. And so it's not there yet at all, but it's got good bones, man. Now they got to just add some muscle to it. And it's going to extend into fall camp. But I like what he's done in terms of bringing in more coaching to make sure that the development is happening. Because look, if you got young tight ends, if you got, Amari Winston and, you had Jordan Washington, but you need a lot of individual attention. Jeff Banks is trying to coach Spencer Shannon into being the guy. Well, now you've got Jason McIndoe to help bring along Amari Winston. You got, it just sounds like he's put a good team around him like Nick Saban has done in the past. So I like where things are going. But yeah, defensive line, tight end, wide receiver, there's a lot of development going on right there. So we'll see how far these guys can come. And don't be surprised if there is a portal addition at each of those positions when the portal opens in a week.
That's what I'm talking about. Shit. I mean, I like what you said about Matthew Golden And what Sark said about Matthew Golden, I saw Cole McCoy. He has a part 2 of the interview with Steve Sarkeesian where Colts asked him about all the guys that are eligible for the draft. And he talked about Matthew Golden being in that Houston offense that was more of an air raid, and then coming to Texas and being in a more pro-style offense. And it took him a little bit to get used to it because I forget, that Matthew Golden came in with that turf toe issue. And he wasn't able to get on the field as quickly as he would have liked to really get acclimated in the Sark's offense. And when he was finally healthy, when he finally trusted that toe and understood the offense, now look at him. Like after Travis Hunter, he's probably going to be the next wide receiver taken. And I still don't even know what Travis Hunter is going to be, cornerback or a wide receiver. But Matthew Golden has proven that he's one of those dudes that even him being a first-round pick, he's going to be a steal. So, who's going to be that where you're not getting as much hype coming in, but then you prove everybody wrong? Because we thought Isaiah Bond was going to be that guy. And then Isaiah Bond gets dealt with injuries, and then Matthew Golden goes above and beyond. So do they have that? Is who's busting their ass right now with this coaching staff that you referred to and all these guys that are helping with the development to be that reliable guy that's going to really improve their draft stock? I'm eager to see who that is because there's a plethora of dudes on this roster that are still kind of unknown that have a lot of talent. I mean, of course they have a lot of talent. It's Texas, but still, like we saw last year with DeAndre Moore and him waiting his turn and then really showing out. We saw Leon Lafau who waited his turn, and then when he got his opportunity, he started showing out. Who's going to be that gentleman on this Texas team that's going to really take advantage of their opportunities here in spring ball, then summer workouts, then fall camp, obviously pushed into the regular season? It's a lot of time, but not that much time. And it's up to Steve Sarkeesian and this coaching staff to figure it out. And that's one of the biggest things I'm excited for this 2025 team.
Well, and this is interesting. CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, said through 4 seasons, Mac had 38 wins through 4 seasons. Steve Sarkeesian has 38 wins. So think back to the 98, 99, 2000, and 2001 seasons and kind of, for those old enough to remember those seasons, do you feel better about the direction of Texas football right now than maybe you did after year 4 with Mac Brown? Because Mac inherited Ricky Williams. Here he inherited some good players, and they went 9-3 in year 1, and Ricky won the Heisman. Steve Sarkeesian, inherited a really weirdly constructed roster that ended up, 5-7, and had a 6-game losing streak, the longest losing streak since 1956 in it, but it's gone straight up since then. And in 2001, Texas was favored to beat a Colorado team in the Big 12 title game that would have sent them to the national title game, and it all went to hell. Whereas Steve Sarkeesian has put Texas in the Final Four the last 2 years. So interesting nugget right there. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to our amazing sponsors like McCall Custom Homes, transforming homes one dream at a time. If you are thinking about renovating your home, trust the experts. Don't trust those guys that need to be on YouTube all the time just to figure something out, whether it's your kitchen, your living room, doesn't matter, bedroom. McCall Custom Homes are your guys. Over 50 years of combined experience, and they're Austinites also. So you can definitely trust them. If you want to see their incredible work, go to Facebook, Facebook, go to Instagram, search for at McCall Custom Homes. Give our boy Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Or shoot him an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. Hit up their amazing website at mccallcustomhomesatx.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. If you don't want to take my word for it for how good Covert Bee Cave is, well, listen to these terrific people.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it. And I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And if you're looking for a full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier, look no further than Leaf Landscape Supply. 2 amazing locations down south off 290 in Monterey Oaks and up north off of Pond Springs Road. Whether it's a collection of specialty plants, rare plants, trendy house plants, doesn't matter. They have large quantities of all of those things to fulfill any landscaping job. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need. So go check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com to see everything they have to offer. And remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know your boy Zay Collier and the crew at Texas Sports Unfiltered put you on, and you get 10% off. 10% off if you mention TSU at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip, a couple of quick nuggets for our last 3 minutes here before we bring on Open Gym. First off, Haley Van Lith, Sports Illustrated. Like, I don't know if you've seen that yet, but man, that girl, she going places. She's definitely going places. Let me pull this up for all the people, which I don't know why it's not working. Maybe because it's Sports Illustrated, but it's okay. Y'all need to go check it out yourselves. Haley Van Lith, Sports Illustrated.
What is she doing? A swimsuit photo?
Yeah. That's she in a swimsuit. She doing her thing. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, she's out here. So even though Texas was the one to knock her out of the dance, Haley Van Lith said, I ain't gonna stop me for doing me. So I can't knock her. Do your thing, Haley Van Lith.
Can we get her up next to a palm tree instead of a parking lot?
What do you mean? Why are you? Ain't nobody looking at the background, man.
Well, I mean, let's give her a photo shoot. Not like, hey, can you come outside the parking garage in your bikini?
Wrong things here, Chip. We're about wrong things. It's all good. Also, the Denver Nuggets.
Did you see that old girl from Notre Dame's going to TCU?
I did see that. Olivia Miles. I did see
that.
Yeah, she a little crazy. So I know Texas fans were trying to see if Vic Shaver could bring her over to the 40 acres. I don't think Vic wants that drama. Let Mark
Miles.
Yeah, Mark Campbell, he's used to dealing with crazy folks. He has to know the
Mark Campbell?
Yeah.
He's a licensed therapist.
Yeah, he's good with it. But also, sports breaking news of the day, Denver Nuggets fire Mike Malone and general manager Calvin Booth. 5 games left in the season. They've lost 4 straight. This is a crash out move if I've ever heard of one. Like, the dude freaking won him a championship 2 years ago.
I got the Celtics over the Nuggets in the finals this year.
I mean, they could still make it, but I don't know. Jokic, I thought him and Mike Malone had a good relationship. Mike Malone did say this a couple of weeks ago, which is a little bit of a head scratcher, but now when you find out the news, I don't know if this had anything to do with it, but check this out.
It was a brutally honest message, and the guys that are fully won't hear it. They'll say coach is tripping. And the guys that maybe do really care will because they're not going to go back and watch their minutes, because nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So we'll have to show them the film. And
that's interesting, Coach. That's interesting. Rodney Terry to Denver. Yo, we'll take that, Rex. We'll take that, baby. That'd be a huge move, man. Let RT go to the league and do a little something. But yeah, I don't really understand it. Apparently, the former general manager, Calvin Booth, and Mike Malone didn't get along. So fire both. Screw it. Fire both. Like, we don't have a couple of weeks until the NBA playoffs. We're not a number 4 seed or anything. Just fire both. Like, Jamal Murray's been hurt and stuff. Like, I don't know.
I mean, if you make a move like that, you got someone.
You got someone, yeah. I don't know who it is. I don't know who's waiting, who's chilling, but yeah, they clearly got someone. But all right, great show per usual, my friend. Let's bring on Open Gym.
Love y'all. I gotta bounce, but we'll be back tomorrow.
There you go, Chip. Hey, did y'all see South Carolina got the leading scorer in college basketball too? Women's college basketball.
Yo, for real? Who the hell is that?
Tanaya Latson, girl from Florida State. She just went to South Carolina a couple hours ago. So they just
the game.
I don't know. It says she's the leading scorer. Let me see if I can pull up her stats.
Yeah, you're in the 20s if that's the case. Leading scorer, you got to be
25.2 points per game.
Damn.
Golly, man.
So there's another one.
Before I leave you guys, I mean, I love Vic Schaefer. He's a hell of a coach, but his offense is super dated. And it's very one-dimensional. If Madison Booker doesn't have it going, you know, Kyla Oldegger and Taylor Jones being doubled all year, that was an issue. Like, they gotta bring something different. He needs
to go talk to Kelvin Sampson. Because Kelvin Sampson, because he kept bringing the same no offensive Houston to the Final Four every damn year, and then finally they got some offense going this year.
True,
not enough, but that was the reason they made it to the finals this year. Is he finally got something going on offense?
Yeah. I'm gonna stay locked in, Matt and Patrick, to what y'all got to say about the game, because I know Kelvin Sampson's hurting. Told the folks
that look on his face at the end of the game. That look
was
on his
tough.
face.
It was tough.
And that Mike Malone was crazy. We'll get into that too. Appreciate you, Zay. As always, we'll get into all of that. More Texas basketball talk. Trey Johnson made his announcement. We'll get that in just a minute. And a whole bunch more. Sark spoke to the media. I pulled a bunch of audio for that today. So we'll get into a bunch of different fun stuff here on the show in Open Gym. Appreciate all you hanging out with us. We will get into all that. But myself, Patrick Davis, joined by Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI, as we do it here on Open Gym 4 to 6 p.m. Matt, it is a Tuesday. We've gotten a bit of news already rolling in. Some fun stories happening. Should be a good show today.
Yeah, I think Luka in that trade broke the NBA, Patrick, because I don't know what the hell the Nuggets are doing.
I mean, the Grizzlies fired their coach a week or two ago. And these are playoff teams. These are not teams that are out of it. These are playoff teams that are firing their coaches. It is crazy. We'll get into that because it is the last week of the NBA. So if you're trying to get into the playoff mode and you want something else because college basketball is now over and football is over, unless you watch UFL, I've tried to watch it like 3 times already. Not really taking any of those times, but I'm trying to watch it. I put it on the TV and see what happens. It is Masters weekend too, so you can enjoy the Masters. You can enjoy. There you go. You can enjoy, but basketball is getting up. I got some games for people to check out this week, including a big one tomorrow. But some games that maybe you can check out. We'll go through those as well. But we'll start off. We're going to get to the championship game in a second. But we'll start off with the news that broke here just probably about 20, 30 minutes before we went on the air. And we'll let Trey Johnson tell you himself.
Trey Johnson, congratulations, Trey, first of all, on being named the SEC Freshman of the Year, and thank you so much for stopping by NBA Today.
Thank you for having me.
I understand that you are here with some very exciting news to share with all of us.
Yes, most definitely. I'll be declaring for the NBA draft.
Excellent.
I just like to thank my family, first and foremost, just for keeping me grounded, and then just all the coaches that have coached me up to this moment, and then all the trainers I've worked out with that helped me get to this point, and then all the teammates I done had guys that have helped me out with a lot of different things, taking bits and pieces from their game, different advice they've given me. It's just great to be here.
I love seeing your.
There we go. Trey Johnson has officially declared for the NBA draft. No shocker, no surprise, but it is now an official thing, so we can all move past it. I know online there was a little bit that one site had come out and had written an article about, why the reasons why he should come back for another year. And, you were just like, that's not happening. It's not happening. It is officially not happening now. He is going to be going to the NBA. We all knew that was going to be happening. So, but it does now set you up as you're looking at your roster. You can take his name officially out, and we can look over at that roster. And looking at the roster, we can now point out the fact that this team is officially worse than they were last year. As of they're going to have to move, because as of right now, this is a team that is, minus Trey Johnson, but a similarly built team to last year, a little bit less experience in some positions. Your big guys, power forward, center, have less experience. There may be more talent there at some point, but Arthur Kalumo is a really talented player as well. He is now gone. You've replaced him with Cam Heide and Nick Cody. You have now Modest Vokiatitis. He is now coming in at center, but we don't know where he's going to be, how much progression he can have over this offseason. So you need to make some moves, because again, this was a bubble team last year. You have a better coach, is what we're all believing in Sean Miller, but this is now a worse roster than you were able to put together last year. So you're going to have to figure out a couple pieces. We did see that, unfortunately for both of us, Jaden Quayton's signed today. He has chosen a team. He has gone to Kentucky. Kentucky missed out on a couple of other guys and decided it was time to unleash the bags. And their name is out there for a couple other guys as well. That Kentucky is, I think they missed out on a couple players, and the donors got the message and really ponied up. Now will Texas be able to do the same? We're seeing a few more names jump in the portal today. I would assume we'll see a couple more tomorrow as well. And then it may die out a little bit more. We'll see a few more as the weeks go on while the portal's still open, but probably not a huge rush anymore after we get through this last week and we get into that the dead period ends and guys can make trips. That's where we'll start to see pretty much the end of people jumping into the portal. And you'll get a few more, but this is where it's going to be starting to get difficult, and you have to be really careful not to miss out on somebody who's the last guy at that position.
Yeah, and I if I remember correctly, I believe Jaden Quayton was originally committed to Kentucky before he went to Arizona State, so it's not really a surprise to see him end up there. They're obviously very deep-pocketed over there in the Bluegrass State when it comes to basketball, so it's good for him. He's gonna get a big check. You wonder who Texas is going to go after at this point. I think it's probably going to end up coming down to what we said yesterday, where you're going to probably wait a little while before you see another name commit, if with the dead period coming up and all that stuff. You hope that doesn't happen. Like maybe while we're on the air, they'll come out and they'll say that the North Carolina kids coming to Texas or something like that. I seriously doubt that, but yeah, we can hope.
No, I doubt that too. We'll get into it in a minute too, but it looks like what they've done mostly in the past couple of days is deal with recruits a lot more. So we'll get into that in a minute, but that feels like where their importance is right now. But you have to feel like maybe, there's still some guys out there. Maybe should be trying a little bit harder for them, but we'll see what they are able to put together.
Yeah, and with the Trey Johnson thing, you feel great for him. It's good for the program to have a player go one and done and be a lottery pick. So that is what it is. I know we joked last week, I joked last week about how he still hasn't declared yet, but it was a foregone conclusion. ESPN may not have gotten the memo, even though that he was coming on their network, because they released their preseason way too early top 25 for next year, and Texas was for some reason on there. I'm not really sure how you can really make that claim at this point, but here we are. It should be an interesting couple of weeks here. The dead period's not going to help things, but they'll still be able to contact players. So, you got that at least.
Yeah, we actually did just get this breaking too. Dylan Mitchell's back in the transfer portal as well. I don't know if that's somebody that would want to come back to Texas now that Rodney Terry is gone. I have no idea. He has been here before. 6'11", is somebody you could put in that power forward position. I didn't watch a lot of him at Cincinnati this year, so I don't know how much he's improved. I have to actually look at some of his numbers, but that's an interesting name solely in the fact that he's been here. He knows people here, but if he feels that this is a different run of team and maybe he has a different place and how it will be coached, there's a possibility that Dillon Mitchell could say, I'm ready to go back to Texas now. But, I mean, it's a different regime. We'll see how much they really want him. He'll know Chris Ogden, the GM, has been there for both times as well. But an interesting piece for Dillon Mitchell that, I'm sorry, he's not 6'11". He's taller than 6'8", though. And he can jump out of the gym. We know that as well. But looking at his numbers right now, he pulled his three-point percentage out of the garbage. But other than that, the numbers are basically the same for you. No huge difference, but his field goal percentage went up a little bit, but basically similar numbers what he did last year. So it would have to be a different kind of pull for him because he isn't necessarily that guy. But another 5-star prospect that Texas had for a year, went off to Cincinnati for a year, and now is back in the portal. So just an interesting piece there.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could see this guy coming back, given the familiarity and all that stuff. And he's a position of need. He's 6'8", he's a big. So, that's something that you can kind of target there. The numbers that kind of stick out to me for him with Cincinnati is he averaged 1.4 steals per game, which I think is very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, but he can rebound. He can, he can do this, the screen and roll to the rim and catch some lobs and be a big body down there. But I don't know the history of players returning to their previous school in the transfer portal and how that works out historically. But it's definitely something to look at because he's a very talented guy.
Yeah, we know he's got the talent. We know he's got the athleticism. When we talk about being able to run the floor and trying to piece those, now he wanted to play more as small forward last time he was here, and he would have to fall into that power forward role. So I don't know if that's something else he wants to do is put on a little bit more weight and work on that part of his game a little bit more. But that small forward role, unfortunately, means you have to be able to shoot a three, and he just never really got that going. It does look like let me see how many he actually took this year.
I think he took one per game.
Okay, yeah. So just not a lot of threes that he was going to take, but one per game. Yeah. So yeah, he took 76 over the season, 34 over the season. Not a ton. You're not going to see that guy. That's something that we, constantly wanted him to work on when he was here, was to get more and more. But Jack Burton also says, are we giving coach some big blank checks to use? No, I do not believe we are yet.
We haven't seen any evidence of that yet based on what we've seen, but you never know. It could still come.
He's not, they're giving money though. I don't want to give the impression of not spending any because Tremont Mark keeping him costs money. Modest costs money to bring in. A 7-footer costs money. And also, I don't know, Jack, do you know if John Daly has made the cut? Is he still at that level?
No, he's most definitely not. But what I do know is that he is at Hooters right now, or he's been at Hooters basically this entire week already, as he usually is down there in Augusta. And when I was there a couple years ago, I went there to try to see him, and he had just left, and I was devastated. So I'm happy for all the people that they get some John Daly Hooters action going on right now.
Isn't Hooters closing though?
I think so, but I think that if anybody is going to be able to keep it open and keep it alive, especially there, it's going to be John Daly because he basically lives at Hooters. So maybe he'll buy it and, have a couple locations open.
I can't imagine going to Hooters sober. Feels like that place needs some drinks.
I wasn't sober when I went.
I know, but John Daly's sober now.
Yeah, I mean, good for him. I mean, we'll see how long that lasts. I have watched him play golf barefoot for a long time, so I'm sure he's got something going on.
No, because now he just has candy and Diet Cokes everywhere, I believe, and he still chain smokes, I think, too, as well.
Yeah.
But I believe he's given up drinking because of some problems. But John Daly's always good there. Let's get back to basketball for a second. So yeah, I just saw that one come across my line with Dillon Mitchell. But what we've really seen Texas basketball be doing the last day or so is we've seen a lot of their prospects for 2026 reposting and saying happy to have been re-offered by the new regime here at Austin. So a couple of those names we saw was Dakari Spear. He's a 6'4" combo guard that has got another one. Austin Gooseby at 6'5" shooting guard. That's a pretty good player, is another person. Bo Ogden, 6'5" small forward. You're hoping he gets a little bit bigger, but I don't know where they found this Bo Ogden kid. I don't know where you could find Bo Ogden. Not like he's been in every game at Texas because his dad is the general manager, but hopefully you get a person like that in Bo Ogden that, that is a legacy, and maybe he'd be able to come in, and if he grows a couple more inches, be able to be a power forward in that place, just like his dad was. And David Atkins is another 6'8" center, is someone for the 2026 class at 6'8" already. You would hope could grow a few more inches, and then he's a top prospect. And yeah, if he grows 2-3 more inches, becomes really, really a top prospect at 6'10", 6'11", would be somebody you'd really look at. But they've been back out really working with the recruits as well, trying to shore that up. I think in the piece, while they're waiting for some other names to enter the portal, maybe they'll get into those conversations as well.
Well, I think this Austin Gooseby name is very interesting because if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that's Trevor Gooseby's brother, the left tackle at Texas. So,
okay.
So that could be your in right there. I mean, I know they've been interested in him even before the Sean Miller era. He's number 5 shooting guard in the country, number 3 in Texas, 4-star recruit, number 37 recruit nationally. He's certainly an interesting prospect. 6'5", 190. So he's not, necessarily an undersized guard either, which is good. That's something that I would probably keep my eye on if I'm Texas Longhorns fans, because a lot of times when you've got a sibling at a university of a top tier recruit, they do everything they can to sort of, emphasize that point to the recruit. Like, hey, you're going to be with your brother. You guys are going to have a lot of fun. He's going to take care of you. You're going to have a lot of fun here with your family. So I would keep an eye on that if I'm Texas.
No, I definitely, it also really feels like this team or Sean Miller is going to make a point to try and make a splash in 2026 recruiting, because he's going to want to say, we've brought in some guys now. We're trying to go young and build upwards through our program. So we're going to attack the recruiting. Recruiting's a little bit cheaper than it is to go in the transfer portal a lot of times. So there may be a process of we feel we can retain players. We feel we're going to be a player-friendly organization. Now, we haven't seen them really retain players under Sean Miller that Sean Miller coached last year. So it's way easier to retain a Tremont Mark to say, well, I'm going to use you better, and I'm going to be a nice guy, and you're going to like playing for me. He hasn't done it yet, but Dalen Swain does make the trip over. So he does basically retain a Dalen Swain by bringing him over. But I think player retention is going to be very important to him. We talked about it a bit yesterday. I think that's kind of setting the scene for some of these boosters and donors. We're going to spend money in player retention, even for guys who maybe you haven't seen a ton of yet, because we want to put them in the system and have them come up through it and really try and, get these guys where we want them to be. And then they'll be stars for us for 1 or 2 years. And that's what college basketball used to be all about. It's a lot harder in the transfer portal era, but if Texas has the money, it's a nice enough place that you can probably not have too many guys splinter off if you're able to do that. You just have to be smart in who you're bringing in at recruits that are guys that they are not expecting to play right away. Ian Jackson, the kid from North Carolina, that was a problem. He came in and they're not a great team. He's like, why am I not playing if we're not great? I get it if we're, the number 1 team in the country and the guy in front of me is much better, but I've already put up 20-something points in a game, so I should be starting. I should be playing more minutes. I should be doing this. That's where you have to start worrying about it. But I think you're going to see in 2026 trying to get back in that method of trying to get some recruits in. Either still trying to get a couple more recruits, 1 or 2 more guys in this class that they'd love to have come in with John Clark. But I think they're really trying to build for the future here at Texas, and knowing that they're probably not going to be able to do what Kentucky does or UConn or some of these other places that are spending big money every single year. That may not be in the cards for Sean Miller in Texas basketball, that they are going to be able to spend money consistently, but not be able to maybe get that check right away. Not be able to pick up the phone and go, I need $1.5 million guaranteed by 2 p.m. because that's when this guy's making the decision. And that's a lot harder than maybe going and saying, we're going to have a conversation and this is how much we're paying Tremont Mark, and we're going to up him a little bit for the second season. or we're going to pay this for John Clark for his freshman season. This is the plan, and if he does well, this is where we'll go. But that's, trying to handle the economics of it that way versus trying to go out in the portal every year. Now, you still want to go out and play in the portal. You have to if you want to compete because, again, this roster right now is worse than last year's roster because you don't have Trey Johnson and you have not filled that void yet. So there's still got some work to do in the portal. Interesting that Dylan Mitchell just jumped back in. I have no idea if he has any interest in coming back to Texas. I have no idea if Texas has any interest in going back after Dylan Mitchell, but it is a new regime of Sean Miller, so anything is possible. And he is a guy that can, if he falls into that power forward role and maybe, they can get him to play a little bit different style and play inside a little bit more, that could be somebody else you bring in who would still have 2 years of eligibility left that would still be able to do some things for you. And I think it could be an interesting fit.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting idea, and I would be all for it. I mean, anytime you can get a former 5-star recruit on your roster, you want to do that. So, I mean, Dylan Mitchell's a tremendous talent. You just would have to hope that Sean Miller can sell him on the vision that he wants to play behind and do all those things. But definitely worth keeping an eye on. I was looking into Ian Jackson while you were talking there for a minute. It looks like he's looking at St. John's and USC right now.
Yeah.
So, those are, 2 programs who would probably utilize him very well. There's also some talk that he might just go ahead and jump to the NBA, which I think would be kind of crazy, considering he couldn't really get on the floor at North Carolina, but maybe that's just bad coaching on Hubert Davis's part. We'll have to see what ends up happening there. But I don't really know where they should go from here. I mean, Dylan Mitchell seems like a name that you really have to, at least make a call to, right? Because he's the big body that you need. You just, like I said, you just got to be able to sell him. So, and there will be a few other names out there. We talked about the Washington kid yesterday. I don't know if he's heard from Texas or not. But the fact that they're sort of doubling down on the recruiting, it seems, and the player retention. And I talked a lot about this yesterday too. It's like next year is probably not going to be the year that you want to judge Sean Miller on, right? It's 2026, 2027.
Let's be clear. It is a year to judge Sean Miller on as of right now, because he's playing with a very similar roster to what Rodney Terry had. And so you're going to judge him on, does this team look better than last year's team look? Does Jordan Pope look better? Does Tremont Mark look better? So I think you are going to judge him at points based on what this team does versus what last year's team does. But again, I'm not saying I'm going to judge, do I think the entire program is going to go in the right direction or the wrong direction on our win-loss total next year?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like you can judge them on certain things and how these players play, but you're really buying into the long-term vision here. And if you can develop yourself into a program where guys are staying around for 2 or 3 years instead of 1 year and bolting to the transfer portal and having to go get 7 guys in the transfer portal every single offseason, you're just going to be in a lot better position year in and year out than you would be otherwise. Like, I like Purdue, for example, is a team that I talked about yesterday. Like all 5 of their starters started at Purdue and they had continuity. They were a very good basketball team. And that's kind of the vision that it seems like he's going after, is that we want our guys to stick around our program and develop a chemistry and develop, some relationships and develop the culture and do all those things. And I think that's a good idea. It's just when you bring in a new coach, there's all this excitement and you want to just immediately be a better team. I just don't know that that's necessarily in the cards, in terms of going deeper in the tournament that they did last year. Like they could theoretically be basically the same team last year minus Trey Johnson, which is a huge loss. But, based on how those other guys play, you could basically see a very similar output from them all season.
Yeah, and we did see Mekhi Mason was reached out to by Texas. Another player that I forgot to mention, Brendan Housen, is a 6'4" guard out of Kansas State, who's a junior. So he's got a year left. He shoots about 39% from 3-pointers. But that's it's a catch and shoot guy that you're going to use most likely. So another 3-point shooter. They're definitely in the market for a 3-point shooter right now, which you want to see. You want to add that in. You want to have that piece brought in. Now, I still don't know who's going to play point guard, and you're kind of running out of spots. So if one of these guys isn't the point guard, Brendan Housen, white guy, doesn't wear a headband, so you may have to get him one at some point if you really want to, step up
That's
the level of.
That's a necessity. You got to get that. And hey, Texas just hired one of his assistant coaches from Kansas State last year, so that could be something to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, that could be if they brought in Uric Malagai. That he could be somebody to bring him in. But yeah, that's another name of somebody that they're looking at right now in the portal. Definitely a good look there for Texas if they're able to go get somebody like that, Makai Mason, somebody that can come in and shoot some balls that's from behind the arc, really help out Texas. But what's interesting is that wasn't necessarily the big deal about last night's game. As we get into talking about the big championship game last night, it was a thriller throughout, not the ending. I don't think anyone expected. It was one of those endings of a basketball game where you just felt so bad for somebody. And in all reality, it was Florida that caused that to happen. So, this was a Florida defensive game where, I don't know if people understood how good Florida was at defense. I think they thought you really looked at it and said Walter Clayton was just going off in those games and they were able to put up some points. So I think people looked at their offense more than what they did defensively. But that defense looked really, really good. They forced Houston into just so many bad shots. And I know Houston kind of lived off that for a while, but the difference of making a guy continue to move while he's shooting, making a guy shoot a ball from 2 feet behind the 3-point line instead of 1 foot, all those pieces just add a little bit more lower shot percentage, and all those add variables in to make it that much harder to get the bucket to go in. And Florida is able to get a 65-63 win and take home the national championship. We said yesterday, Walter Clayton is going to go off. If they could hold him to under 20, under 25, then they have a good shot at it. He only had 11, and they were some important points. They were really, really important 11. I'll say that. But Houston did what they wanted to do and still couldn't get it done.
Yeah, it seemed like Florida just kind of went after it at the end. Houston had that lead for a while. I think before Florida took the lead with, in the last minute or two there, they had only led for a total of like 17 seconds in the game. So Houston, had to control the game for a while, and it just kind of fell apart at the end. I hate that people are trashing this kid for that last possession, because he was not legally allowed to touch the ball at that point.
Yeah.
So that's the reason, people are wondering why he's not going after the ball. It's because if he touches it, it's a travel. So you can't do that. And it was just that, it's just an unfortunate, possession for them. I hated to see it because I needed that to win the bracket pool for my buddies group. And I'm devastated by that. But, it was still a hell of a game. It was still a hell of a game. 2 really good teams. That was, college basketball at its finest again. The entire Final Four was just tremendous. It was just a little bit different of a game than we had seen in the previous 2 matchups in the Final Four. It was a lot more defensive. But, the best team won at the end of the day. I believe that. I believe Florida was the best team in that game. I believe they were the best team in the tournament at the end of the day. And they were able to overcome their best scorer, not going for 25, 30 like he had the entire tournament. So, it's just a sign of a really good basketball team when you can overcome something like that. And that's what they were able to do.
Yeah, we saw 6 of 24 for Florida, 6 of 25 for the 3-pointer for both for Houston. So both teams didn't really shoot well. That last play, no one helped him out because I don't think anybody knew what was happening. It's so frantic, everything's going on, and you don't realize in that second, and he doesn't necessarily want to yell, "I can't touch it," because then Florida jumps on it. So there's just this panic. In all reality, if you go back and you give him the benefit of hindsight, he throws that off of the Florida player and hopes for the best. And you say, he couldn't shoot it. It was going to get blocked. He knew it was going to get blocked. So he went up in the air. There's not much you can do. You throw a pass and it's intercepted. There was nowhere he could really go with it. There was just not much he could do once that defender closed out way faster than he thought he would. And that's the difference of you play all season long and you play against less skilled, less tall, less quick, and that shot gets off most times. And then all of a sudden you just miss it, and a 6'10", 6'9" guy comes flying out at you and with a perfect closeout. And I'll give him a ton of credit for not just throwing it up and falling over. I think we would have seen a lot of guys do that and just try and get the foul to end the game in a really awful way. If I'm them, I go to overtime. I don't try and shoot a three if it's not there. I basically look at the three. There's no three there. I try and get to the bucket and get a reasonable shot up and get a mid-range. That's what I would try and do as a player or as a coach if I'm Kelvin Sampson trying to get what I want to have happen. So I don't necessarily like the let's go for the win mentality at all costs because they covered the three-point line. It wasn't like Florida was giving you the three-pointer. They were out on you and going to let you come in and probably get more of a tie if you were able to do it. But it just wasn't able to happen for Houston. They fought a hell of a game. Were ahead for a lot of it. But that Florida team is just persistent. They kept coming back. So much talent on that team that when you see somebody slow down and, you know, when Alex Condon's not playing well, somebody else steps up. Thomas Howell really played well at a lot of parts, and then you'd see him just disappear completely offensively. Like there was some place they would just let him have a free run to the basket, and he would stop 3 feet from the basket and turn around and pass it back out. And you're like, just take it, man. It's wide open. Just go for it. You can jump over them. Go for it. So you just saw a lot of that happening. But yeah, I think, you know, Will Richard came in and just made some really big threes at the point when Florida started to look like, or when Houston kept looking like they were about to pull away with it. And I mean, at the end of the day, you saw a Florida team get through the part where I thought coming out of the half, especially because Florida fought it back at right before halftime. I really thought coming out of the half, Houston made that run, and it felt like, you know, kind of like that Duke Houston game, that Houston may have enough peace where they were able to say, we're the veterans, we come in and we disrupt. That's what we do, and we're just going to play, grind it out, throw it into the post. You can't stop us inside. And yes, the refs made some different calls. I don't think they called it unfairly one way or the other. I think they just changed up the style of the fouls, which I always hate, but they do it all the time, where they let them play a little bit, and then all of a sudden they just tighten it up real quick. So I get that was tough for both teams. But again, you're in a championship game. You know, a ton of veterans on this Houston team. You have to be able to adapt to those types of things. And at the end of the day, for Houston, it was a really, really good effort. This is the best Houston team. You wonder now where Kelvin Sampson, what does he do next? He was already the oldest coach ever to make it to that point, or to, you know, be up for the possibility to win the game and be the oldest coach to ever win a tournament game or win a championship. But I don't know now. I don't know if he comes back and tries to rebuild because so many of those guys are going to be gone. What do you do if you're Kelvin Sampson? Do you say that was it and, you know, it just wasn't meant to be? Or do you try and run it back and figure out what you can put into it? You know, you spent a ton of money of Houston, where it may have been the plan after this year that, you know, we're going to take a year back from spending as much as we've done because we kept all these players. We brought in some guys. Now you're also really behind in the transfer portal as well because you didn't know what was going to happen. And you think, well, if we're national champions, we can kind of sell it. There was just a lot of pieces in that. And that's an interesting job now if Kelvin Sampson decides to walk away and say that may be it for me. I do think he goes another year and coaches till he's 70 and just says, screw it, let's try one more time.
I mean, I probably would if I was him, just because he can do anything he wants there. It's like Scott Drew at Baylor. He pretty much runs, you know, he does whatever he wants. He can run the program. He's the king of that school. I think they will probably take a step back next year, even though I think on the way too early top 25, I saw they still had them ranked number 1 next year. If I remember correctly, I'll have to pull that up, but you know, it's certainly an interesting decision. If I'm Kelvin Sampson, I know this is probably my last job, so I probably want to do it as long as I feel energized and capable of doing it. Just because, you know, there's probably not another job after this. I don't know that if I'm him, I would want to go somewhere else and have to rebuild an entirely new program and build a whole new, you know, a whole new culture somewhere else. And it'll be interesting to see, because I do think he's one of the top 5 coaches in America, and he could, you know, he could turn this around and get them right back there as quickly as anybody else could if they give him the opportunity to do that. it's just going to be hard to do because they're, like you said, they're losing so many pieces, and that's a really difficult situation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's 69 years old right now. Nice, what BK would say. 70, he'll be 70 in October. So going into next season, he'll be a 70-year-old man trying to keep this going on. And how much do you know, if this is a 2 to 3 year process to try and get back to this game? Because I don't think, once you get there, we heard Tom Izzo talk about it earlier, that he said once we won one, like, it's over. All I care about is getting to the Final Four and playing in the championship game. Sweet 16s don't mean as much. Elite 8s don't mean as much anymore, because that's all I'm aiming for, is that big piece. I don't know if he can sit back and say, well, we'll just be Sweet 16 next year. We can try and get back to there. We'll play tough and we'll build these guys up. It's a rough go of it, because it was such a good, like, this is the best roster he's had in a long time. And he does still have some young guys on the roster. He's got guys that he's trying to bring up, but you're so far behind in recruiting now. You need Uzan to come back. That's probably going to be your main player coming back. I mean, I just don't know if they have enough firepower to get it done in the portal, get it done, with the guys already on this roster, and make a big run again. Or if you fall back into, we're going to play defense, we're going to be tough in the Big 12 for sure, but we're just not an overall threat because we can't put it back together for a couple years, because that's not how we build.
So let's look at what ESPN said about this. So here's what Jeff Borzillo says. For now, we're projecting Milos Uzan to turn pro. He's number 40 in ESPN's draft rankings. Kelvin Sampson could search the portal for an experienced point guard if Uzan decides to leave, but the Cougars are bringing in one of the most elite recruiting classes in the country with 3 top 20 prospects. Combine all that with the return of Emmanuel Sharp and Joseph Tugler, and we have faith in Houston, and they're ranked number 1 for ESPN for the way too early top 25. I think it's a very, very big projection to rank them number 1 when your biggest selling point there is an elite recruiting class, because you never know how those freshmen are going to come in and play. Yeah, maybe Kelvin Sampson has faith in those kids, and I'm sure he does, considering that he's signed them and is bringing them in. But I mean, as of right now, they're projecting 3 freshmen to start for Houston alongside Sharp and Tugler. So, I mean, that's a difficult situation if you're any coach. I mean, John Calipari did it successfully for a long time at Kentucky, and there was also years where he couldn't really put it together with a bunch of freshmen and relying on them. So, it could go either way. They could either be a really elite team again, or they could be a very average, middle of the road Big 12 team, depending on how those freshmen end up playing.
Yeah, looking at that roster, I could see him come back for one more run with those guys and really say, this is it. But yeah, because again, you get that great recruiting class, and that retention becomes an issue once again for you, and that becomes part of it. So we'll see. I mean, now some of these guys, he looks all there at 69, 70 years old. We'll see if he can make it to, I mean, that's the things when you're talking about getting a 72, 73, 74-year-old, like that's a lot to take on for that kind of age. You just don't know how long he's going to want to keep doing it there in Houston. I agree. He's got it all, the setup and everything he wants to do. I think he'll come back too, because of the look on his face last night. You just don't want to go out that way, but it's that weird conversation he has to have where we were a shot away from winning it. And do I want to go out saying we were a shot away, or do I want to go out with 2 more teams that just don't really move the needle and don't really get far enough into it? And, do I want to go out with a win 1 game and then a Sweet 16? I mean, he's been consistent. He's been a Sweet 16 team every year since COVID. He's gotten back into it. So he runs a hell of a program. He's a really good coach. He gets guys going the way he wants them to. I just don't know after that game. It was such a it's just you had it the whole time. And I mean, they did it to Duke, and then Florida does it to them, and overall a really good Final Four, a lot of fun to watch, and it was good to watch some good college basketball in that Final Four. I thought we were going to get more of it in the Sweet 16, Elite 8. We got a couple good games, but Final Four and championship game definitely delivered.
Yeah, and I've got some breaking transfer portal news for you here, Patrick. I don't know. Yeah, you can tell me what you think about this, because I don't know much about this kid. But Texas Tech star forward Darian Williams has entered the NCAA transfer portal. He averages 15.1 points per game, 5.5 rebounds, 43.9% from the field. He was 34% from three this past year, but he was 45.8% from three last year. The 15.1 points per game kind of pops out at me, but and I don't know how interested he would be in Texas regardless. But it's certainly another interesting name. It seems like he's more of a wing than a power forward or a guard like they probably need. But but it's certainly an interesting name.
Yeah, interesting name in there. Yeah, it's not exactly what they need. He's only got a year left of eligibility too, so probably not going to be the guy. If he wants to go a little bit shorter, I would imagine that he's going to go probably back out to California, would be my guess. This may be a Eric Musselman and with a couple places opened up there at USC. Maybe it's a UCLA move as well. They need to bring in some guys. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting name. I'm not anti it at all, but I also don't think that it's necessarily the best fit for what Texas is trying to put together next year. I think he's similar. He's more similar to Tremont Mark, and you have Tremont Mark. So, you don't necessarily need to bring in the same guy over and over again. That's what he talked about. You have a lot of guys out there that are similar type players. So you like to bring in now some guys with some diversity to help you change up what they want to do. Let's go into, why don't we take a quick break? We'll come back. I want to get into the Sark audio. Sark spoke to the media today and talked a little bit. We haven't heard from him in a little bit since he had the child. So we have not heard from him in a little bit. But as they've gotten through, I believe, 7 spring practices now, there's 7 in. So we will get a little update on some of the positions from Sark and hear a little bit more about how things are going there on the 40 acres. You going to say something there, Matt?
I was going to say, and I hope we hear a little bit about baby Sark.
Why would you do that again? Why would you try and bring that up? I have no clips about baby Sark. No clips whatsoever about that. But we'll get into that. We come back. Also, a lot more going on. We make into some mock drafts. I do want to talk some NBA today because it is going into the final week. They only played a couple games yesterday because of the NCAA championship game. But you're now in basically through Sunday is a bunch of games to go check out. See the final games. We'll tell you what games will be fun to watch, what the storylines are to watch, what the heck is going on in Denver, what is happening with these owners just saying, screw it. I don't get it, but we'll try and figure it out. All that coming up on the show here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3. Dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Shout out, Mark. Thanks for joining us in the chat. We appreciate everybody joining us in the chat room on the text line, hanging out with us. You guys are always the 3rd member of Open Gym. You're the 3rd of our 3-on-3. I don't know who we're playing. Not sure.
But we're playing in the big 3 against Ice Cube and those kinds of guys.
Myself, Better Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Let's get into this Sark audio today. It was good to hear from him after a little break. He was supposed to have one a week ago. He originally had said that it was because he was out of deference to I believe softball and baseball and women's basketball and volleyball. Like he was deference to all the other sports, but the reality was his wife was about to give birth and he wanted to be there for it. Being a good husband, no one was going to question him on that one. For talking to the media in spring, it's okay. You can go ahead. Now, if it's a big game, we need you to be at the game. But you took care of this in the off season. We're all good with it. Good move. But Sark was asked a few questions, so we'll play some of this audio. He was asked about defensive tackles and what they've done so far. We'll start off there. We know that there is a lot of need at defensive tackle. It was a position that they've been really, really good at for 2 straight years. You've put 2 guys into the NFL, which we assume they're going to put 2 in with Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins again this year in that interior defensive line. So he was asked about the defensive tackles and what is the progress? How does he feel about if he needs to bring some other guys in, if he feels that they're going to have enough at that defensive tackle position?
Yeah, they've been really nice additions for us. I think Cole, you can feel his experience. He's a really stout guy inside. He's played a lot of football. I think Travis. We're kind of monitoring him. I don't want to overdo it. He's had a knee that has lingered throughout his career some, so we're working him in. And Hero's been a great addition, So I think those 3 guys have been really nice additions for us, along with the young players that have been in there. So a lot of new faces to go along with, the growth of an Alex January and a Melvin Hill. So a lot of new faces in there. Coach Baker's done a really nice job of kind of integrating them all, with some guys moving on and what that looks like. And so, but again, they're like the rest of the team. They're not a finished product yet, and there's some schematic things that some of the new transfers are learning. For the younger players, there's fundamentals, there's technique and scheme going on. So again, we're definitely fighting for more consistency across the board up front. But you see the flashes of what I think we can be down the road.
So nothing too big on that one, but yeah, he believes that there's guys there, but Duke could definitely see them going back out in that transfer portal and trying to bring somebody else in because there's not a ton of confidence. It doesn't feel like in the defensive tackle position. He wasn't able to walk out and say, this guy is dominating right now. This guy is our starter. He's basically saying there's a lot of competition, but I don't know if we've got a guy yet.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I got as well. It's kind of him saying, Yeah, I mean, we feel pretty good about the guys we have, but we don't really feel like we have an Alfred Collins or a Vernon Broughton or something like that. So, and then we've talked about this. We think that that's a position where they're definitely going to probably go out and find another guy if they can. It just depends on what happens in the spring portal here. But you would have really liked to hear him say, man, Justice Terry is really getting out there and getting after it, or Travis Shaw it looks great and on all those kinds of things. But I did like that he mentioned Alex January and Melvin Hills because he's they're definitely on his radar. So hopefully those guys can kind of step up and take control of the room. But he doesn't seem overly confident in the defensive tackle room right now.
No, a position I think he feels a little bit better about he was talked about the wide receivers and tight ends a little bit because of the injuries and how that room is coming together. Got some guys getting opportunities, and how does he feel about that room as of right now? Because, with DeAndre Moore not playing, with Ryan Wingo not playing, now with Jordan Washington not playing, it's a little bit light. And let's see what Sark had to say about how he feels about his pass catchers.
Yeah, with Dre and Ryan being out, it's created an awesome opportunity for some young players, and where they're running with the ones and the twos. Whether it's Jamie, it's Kalik, it's Parker, it's Dalen McCutcheon, and these guys are getting some, just like I said, valuable reps. Dre and Ryan are working themselves back kind of into it, but again, I'm not in a real rush. I know who DeAndre Moore is. I know what he's made of. He's had good rapport with Arch from last season when Arch played. I know who Ryan Wingo is. He was having a really good spring before he kind of tweaked his hammy, and he'll be back. I'm not concerned about those two guys. Jordan was off to a good start. Unfortunately, had a collarbone issue that we'll get back here. Bones take what they take to heal. It's not a ligament issue or anything like that. So it's going to take a minute. But again, that's created an opportunity for Amari Winston to get more reps, Spencer Shannon to get more reps. And so, that's all part of it. That's why we have to continue to recruit towards depth. As much as we're trying to recruit high-level players, we're trying to recruit towards depth, knowing what the season entails. I think we got a real taste of that last year with playing 16 games. It would have taken 17 to win the whole thing. We need to make sure that we are really solid, or as solid as we can be, 1 through 3 on a depth chart at any position. And so whether it's receiver right now or tight end right now, that some of these guys are maybe getting a few more reps, especially with a group maybe up from where they would normally be, it's a good thing. I really look at it that way, that we're finding out a lot about guys. We're finding out their competitive spirit. We're finding out about their retention of information. We're finding out about how they respond to adversity, that maybe we would have to wait for some of those growing pains in season. We're kind of getting in the front end now with spring practice.
So yeah, definitely enjoying being able to scout his own players a little bit more. I think we'll definitely see some guys being looked at in the transfer portal. We'll get to that clip a little bit later. He does talk about what he'll be looking at in the transfer portal, but the receivers, it is the good look of we're going to give guys a ton of ability. And he mentions that too. It's, Kalik Lockett and French and those guys. He's like, they're doing well, but you're also giving them a ton right now because they're running with the ones and the twos. So you're getting valuable experience out of these guys. You're seeing what they're able to do. But again, you're kind of overwhelming everybody. So it's a tough road for these wide receivers. And I think by the end, how they respond by the end of spring training is going to show, are these guys going to be able to go week 1? Or are they going to be somebody that maybe we have to rely on a little bit more in week 8 or week 9? And they're going to need a little bit more time to adapt to how quickly things come at you in college football.
Yeah, and I like the shout that he gave to Dalen McCutcheon as well. He's a very interesting name on that group because he was the less heralded of the 4 or the 3 receivers that they brought in. Jamie French and Kalik Lockett stole all the headlines, but Dalen McCutcheon's a hell of a player too. He's very talented. I would be very interested to see how he kind of works his way in here, because a lot of times it's not the guy with the 5-star that he may be the more talented one, but he's not the guy that absorbs everything as quickly or, gets a good rapport with the quarterbacks as quickly. I mean, DeAndre Moore is a great example of that. Everybody thought Jonte Cook was the receiver that was going to come in and do everything for Texas out of that class. And it's DeAndre Moore because he, bared down and he learned behind Jordan Whittington, and he got a lot of good practice reps and a lot of early opportunities. And Dalen McCutcheon could be a similar guy because he's going to be right behind DeAndre Moore on that depth chart. So that's going to be a good learning spot for him. At the end of the day, this is a very talented receiver group. It's just a very inexperienced receiver group. And the same goes for the tight end. So the more of these reps that they can get, the better. And I think that, Sark is going to, probably throw as much at him as he can in terms of reps. I don't know about the playbook necessarily, but, in terms of reps, he's going to want to get these guys as ready as they possibly can be because, next season they're going to be a Ryan Wingo sprained ankle or a DeAndre Moore stinger away from having to play a lot of snaps. So he's got to get him ready.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about guys that are going to have to play a lot of snaps if you don't pick up another wide receiver anyway. You're playing 3 wide on a lot of these plays, and right now there isn't a set third right now. So whoever gets into that circle of trust, but you're going to get a lot of view of how you put these people in your circle of trust if we get into the world of, can these guys handle the amount of information? Is this guy going out there and running a correct route, even though we told him how to do it 3 days ago? We threw something else at him 2 days ago. We threw a different thing at him a day ago. And this morning we threw something different at him. And then we told him to run that route from 3 days ago, and he hit it perfectly. He's going to be closer to my circle of trust. And the guy who goes, understandably, could we look at that again? That was 3 days ago. You've given me a lot of information. Those pieces are going to be big in the circle of trust. Another question was about the offensive line and the progress that those guys have made as they continue to push on. Here's Sark talking about the offensive line today.
It's pretty good. I think we all have an idea of who Trevor is. We got a pretty good glimpse of that. Not a finished product, but we got a pretty good glimpse of what he looks like. This is probably the best version of DJ Campbell we've gotten, and again, here's 4 years into it. You think he is who he is. There's growth for everybody. And I think he's taken a really big step from a leadership standpoint, an energy standpoint. This is the best condition he's been in. And then Cole, his experience at center, has been helpful. I've loved the competition with a lot of those other tackles, Brandon Baker, Kojo, Nick Brooks. That's been a really healthy competition there. I love the growth of Nate Kibble right now of where he's at. So, again, work in progress, 7 practices in. But again, I think just the steady consistency of growth is what we're looking for. I'm always trying to fight us taking 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards, and trying to nip that in the bud mid-practice. And we'll find that right combination. I think that's one thing that, Kyle and I have done over the years is try to find who are the best 5 and then kind of slot them. Who's 6, who's 7, who's 8, right? And finding that kind of foundation for who you can count on going into games, and it's a good competition right now.
So some good stuff there about the offensive line, a lot of competition. This is one I'm not as worried about, that, the offensive line. Maybe you should be, because it is 4 new starters on that offensive line. But again, you just feel like they've recruited that position really well. You feel like there's confidence there, and there's guys behind the guys that could probably play some snaps for you and would be starters at a lot of schools.
Yeah, this is probably the most interesting piece of audio we've heard so far for a couple of reasons. Number one, it is technically 4 new starters, but it's more like 3.5 new starters because Trevor Goosby's got some starts under his belt. Cole Hudson, super experienced. So you've got a little bit of continuity there. But what he said about DJ Campbell is what really turned my ear, because he's the guy that I pointed to a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about who needs to step up in the spring and one of the big players that really needs to take a step forward. And it sounds like he's doing everything that he needs to do to be in that position. He's in the best shape of his career so far. As Sark pointed out, he's really taken a step forward in terms of his understanding of the playbook and his responsibilities, and he's being a leader. So I love hearing that, because he was the number 1 offensive lineman in the country coming out of high school. Everybody had really high hopes for them, and it's been a little bit slower progress than they probably would have hoped. But it sounds like he's really embracing that role now and is really taking a step forward, and I love that. I also really like how he mentions that, there's competition at the right tackle spot, but it's a very healthy competition, right? And you love that you have so much talent there with Andre Kojo and Brandon Baker, and the new kid, Nick Brooks, is going to be an absolute beast. And I have a really high hope for him. I mean, he's just a massive, massive human being, and he's very athletic. So, that's really good to hear, because that right tackle spot is going to be a question going into the season, because, last year they had Cam Williams, and we weren't really sure what we were going to get with Cam Williams last year. He was first time starter, and he ended up being fantastic and going to the NFL. He had a little too many penalties, but he ended up being a very good spot there. So, I'll be interested to see who steps up and fill that role this year. I have a feeling it's probably going to be Brandon Baker, but the fact that they have a really healthy competition there is just, a really good thing.
Yeah, and you also got to remember there's going to be a lot of competitions that are really, really stiff until the transfer portal closes, and then maybe it'll be a bit more decisive about who's going to be playing and who's not, because it is. You don't want to have players believe that they have no shot to get on the field this season, and sometimes you want to say no. This isn't. In all reality, you want there to be a competition, but if someone is just clearly better, they're going to be the starter. You may let that competition go a week or two longer than it normally would be. And that's one of the reasons there's no spring game, is to allow that to happen, and to allow to say, I don't have to set who my starter is before the transfer portal opens. That we can go into the summer and say, when we go back into camp, then we'll have that discussion about it. So you don't lose a right tackle that you really, really want to have on that roster, because anything is possible during the season. So there's also that going into it, that you're going to have a lot of positions that have healthy competition to make sure that there's no one getting too antsy and jumping in that portal right away, really not listening to anything because they're just upset in the moment. And you want to give them a little bit of time to go, look, you get it. The plan is there. You guys are still competing for the job. You're still going to play. We still have a path for you to the NFL. All those things are still on the table. So don't get mad and walk away from all those things for no reason. That's a big one. Roy Tempera also brings out, 5-star wide receivers probably never had to block in the past like a lesser recruit might have. That's very true, too, in the wide receiver position, that a lot of these 5-star wide receivers probably are not as used to having to run the Jordan Whittington role and going down and blocking on run plays. And I'm sure that is something that a lot of these guys maybe are wondering why they're on team one and we're on team, I got to run out there, but they're not even throwing me the ball. They just keep throwing me out there. And then these really good DBs and linebackers keep hitting me as hard as they can.
Yeah, that's definitely something that's very important to Sark in this offense as well. So, the more and more we see spring practice with these freshman wide receivers, the ones that are getting after it and blocking downfield, like a DeAndre Moore does, like, Adonai Mitchell did, and Xavier Worthy and those guys, and last year with Matthew Golden, like the more you see of that, those guys are going to earn a little bit more into that circle of trust that you talked about earlier, because that's a massive part of this run game as well, as getting those receivers on the outside to block.
All right, another position that he talked about today was out in the secondary. I believe our man Chip Brown asked this question, but asked about the secondary. We know there's new coaches. There's some new players. There's definitely some openings with Jahdae Barron, who's a first-round pick going in the draft here in a couple of weeks. He is gone. Andrew Makuba is going to be a day 2 pick in the NFL draft. Those two guys are off there. But with the new coaches, new players, what did Sark have to say about the secondary today?
Yeah, healthy competition right now. I think when you assess it, one thing we've worked on this spring is we moved Gilbo to corner. We know who he is. He's got banked 500 and something reps at star. So to get him back at corner, to see what that looks like. Obviously, Manny is back this year. Kobe Black's had a good spring. Warren Roberson's had an excellent spring at corner so far. And then you got some new faces, right? The Cade Phillips of the world's, some new guys there at star. Wardell Max in year 2. Grayson Littleton is a true freshman. Ryan Niblett, is a position change. And so when you look at the secondary as a whole, just body type, skill set, ability, corner, star, safeties, I would argue it's probably one of our better, if not our best looking position on the team. That we're going to have plenty of players that are going to contribute on defense, but I think a lot of that group is going to contribute on special teams as well. It's been a group that, we've really tried to recruit a specific skill set, a specific body type. We've got really good length. We're really athletic. We can run in the secondary, and it's allowing us to play a style over there that, as you know, I've always wanted to be. Very aggressive, guys that can do multiple things, but also can help on special teams. So it's been a good group so far. And again, and they've got 3 brand new coaches over there, with Coach Aquina, with Coach Orfe, and Coach Hudson. So there's been a transition for that too. Even for our veteran players, it's a new voice, right? There's new terminology. There's some subtleties that we're tweaking with the system. So it's been really good though so far, and I've been impressed. But just like the offensive line, 2 steps forward, we can play coverages great for 2 plays. Then we can't bust one and give up a big one. So we're trying to find that right continuity there.
There it is, talking about the secondary. Sark at his media availability today. Some good pieces. Very complimentary of what this secondary is going to be able to do. Of course, this, we didn't play the clip, but he talked about the offensive line. They asked a follow-up question about what are the concerns, and he was like, it's just about consistency at this point on that offensive line, and the same thing in the secondary. I believe he had the same thing he said last season too. So if I remember correctly, we were covering it last season. He said basically the same thing, which is it's fine, but then we break a big play, and if you stop us 2 times in a row and the third one's a big play, that doesn't matter. That's even in a real game, that's a touchdown. We can't have those things. So that piece, but then you also heard him talking about special teams, and they're definitely putting a renewed interest into special teams this year. After last year, that kind of just being overall, not just the kicking game, but punting was down, and then you didn't get the blocks you wanted last year as well. The coverage didn't give you the field position you wanted. I think they're really trying to look at what they can do to fix that position in the secondary as well. I mean, in the special teams as well, to try and get things going. So he talked about player types, guys who can, long arms and speed, come on the outside maybe and put your hands up and get a block there on a punt or a field goal. Just certain things like that. But he is trying to build a unit out there at the secondary.
Yeah, and I thought the most interesting piece from there was the Jalen Gilbo news, because that's another thing that I talked about when we were talking about, position changes and the depth chart and those kinds of things earlier this spring and before spring football started. We didn't know if it was going to be Kobe Black out there, if it was in Jalen Gilbo was going to stay at star, they were going to kick Jalen Gilbo out. I like that they're kicking Jalen Gilbo outside, because that's the same move that they made with Jahdae Barron last year, and it worked out tremendously. I don't think that Jalen Gilbo is necessarily the same player as Jahdae Barron. I mean, that'd be very difficult difficult ceiling to hit, considering he's going to be a first-round pick. But he's a very talented guy. He's been in this program for a long time. He knows the responsibilities of both of every position in the secondary. I think he's going to have a really, really solid year opposite of Mehdi Muhammad out there, and I think he'll be able to bounce around and do the same things that Jahdae Barron did, kind of go into the slot when he needs to, be the lockdown guy on the outside when they need him to. So that was really interesting to me. And also, the fact that this group overall is still so young with the safeties and with the other guys they have coming up at corner. Like, they've got Michael Taff and they've got Manny Muhammad and they've got Gilbo, but the rest of them are pretty young. And Jelani McDonald's still young. Derek Williams is still a young guy, and they don't have a ton of experience so far. So the fact that he's pointing to that position, even with that youth, and saying we feel like this is probably our best group on our team right now is really saying something, in my opinion, because the last thing that we wanted to see was a reversion back to that secondary in 2023 when they were just getting gashed through the air. And then last year they took this major step forward. So you want to be able to see them kind of continue that. Maybe they won't be the number 1 pass defense in the country again. That would be very difficult to, difficult to do 2 years in a row. But if they're in the top 10, then you don't have a huge drop off there. And, you can really start to lock down on your defense and get after them with the pass rush and those kinds of things.
One more position group that he talked about, the running backs. There's been a lot of questions about that running back room after last season and everything that happened. A lot more confidence from Sark talking about the running back room this year.
Yeah, I'll start with Christian. I'm super impressed. He anytime you have a significant injury like that and you miss an entire season, you're always kind of monitoring what are they going to look like when they really start to come back. And I could feel it in winter workouts. I mean, he was running away where it was like, this man, I don't know what ahead of schedule is anymore. Science is pretty incredible. And as practice has started, he looks in tremendous shape. He's right back to having great balance and body control, which is something that we identified in the recruiting process. He's got really good, change of direction, ability to get to top end speed quickly. So we're very pleased with where he's at. Trey Wisner's had a great spring. He is the real Energizer bunny on offense. He provides the spark, the juice, the energy, but yet he's making really competitive, tough plays. He looks really good. He's playing physical, and Jarrett Gibson's had a good spring so far as well. And then you flipped it to the two young guys in James Simon and Ricky Stewart. You really see the flashes, and James has got a natural feel, really good body lean, balance and body control, great hands out of the backfield. And Ricky maybe was a little behind early, but the moment we put the pads on and you start to see him run, you see the burst, you see the acceleration. So it's a quality room. All the while, we know we still have C4 coming back, So it's a good room for us. As everybody here knows, we value the running back immensely, and we're fortunate to have a good room there.
Nothing too surprising out of that. Good to hear that the young guys are coming in and getting some work. I think last year he probably learned his lesson a little bit, and maybe that he wasn't even doing it wrong, but you really, really need to get your freshman backs up to speed, because those guys may have to play some important roles for you. So the more you put them up to speed and the more you can run them through it early on, the better it's going to be for you. So nothing too surprising, though, from there in the running back room, but good to hear that everything's going well. And another good report on Christian Clark as well, that a lot of people saying high praise for him this offseason.
Yeah, and the thing with this, like, you love to hear that about Christian Clark for sure. Especially considering that injury, that's such a difficult thing to come back with. I mean, we've seen in the NFL plenty of times that can be a death sentence. Yeah, when you have an Achilles tear. So it's great to hear that. The one thing from this running back room that I'm going to be very interested to see is who kind of fills that Jaden Blue role, right? Because it sounds like you got a bunch of guys who have great. He kept saying it over and over again: great body control, toughness, those kinds of things. And the one thing that you didn't hear very much about was, burst of speed, or just straight line speed, and that kind of thing. And honestly, like, the more that I look at Ricky Stewart, if he can get, really involved and grasp this playbook and start to really catch up, because he said he's a little bit behind, but when the pads came on, he kind of picked things up. If he can get involved in this offense in some way, shape, or form, he really could be that guy. I mean, listen to some of these numbers. He ran track in high school, and he ran a freshman 100-meter time of 11.62, and was Chapel Hill's Texas 4A regional qualifying 4x100, 4x200 relays in spring of 2022. I mean, he's a fast dude.
Yeah,
he's really fast. So that could be a guy that you kind of look at as sort of a dark horse to get involved early on if they think that he can provide them a different, sort of lightning look. And that's something that I would really, really keep my eye on if I'm Texas fans.
No, I like that. You mentioned that the other day. We talked about the transfer portal, that could be a spot for Texas at the running back position. They could look for somebody with a lot of speed, but if you've already got one on the roster, then you don't necessarily have to worry about going back out there and trying to get somebody. I didn't pull the clip, but there was a clip too where he talked about now that you have more ability to bring players in, if Texas was going to go for the 105-man roster or the 85-man roster, and when they're recruiting and starting to bring people in, what do they think about? He said they're staying with 85 for right now, and 20 walk-ons at least is what their plan is right now. He's also said whatever the NCAA allows may not be what the SEC allows. Those could be different restrictions as well. So he says they're still going with the 85-man roster. So there is a certain part of that as well. If you don't have to bring in another running back that's, to do basically something that somebody on the roster can already do, that helps you out, because that's another position you could use and could put somebody somewhere else. Interesting too, he was asked about the spring portal and what he would be looking for in the portal. And I know that's a topic of conversation we've had a few times, and I've talked to a lot of other people about it as well. Here's what Sark had to say today about what he's looking at in the spring portal. And after 7 practices, what positions he may be looking at.
Well, we're always going to evaluate the portal, and as for those that know, I mean, we really try to identify the portal to where we think there's a need, but yet also is the person we're bringing in an upgrade to maybe what we have, or can it supplement what we have at certain positions? Naturally, there's a couple positions depth-wise we're not where we need to be right now, so we'll look at the portal that way. Our numbers are down at receiver right now. From a scholarship standpoint, our numbers are down on the defensive line from where our numbers really should be, and our numbers really down at tight end. And so it's not a secret that we'll look to the portal. But I don't want to take a guy just for a number. I want to take, if you're going to go in the portal, can he help that room play at even a higher level? And so we'll have to assess it. It's free agency, I like to say, but they have to opt into free agency. And so it's not like you can just say, hey, we need a defensive tackle, let's go get a really good one. If they're available, sure, we'll try to, but that doesn't mean that caliber of player will be available to.
Was that foreshadowing about the defensive tackle?
I think it was, Patrick. I really think it was.
But he makes a point where it is, you're not just going out in the spring portal. In the fall portal, there's pretty much everything available. There's a lot of guys available in the fall portal. The spring portal is a little different. So if you say there's only 3 or 4 guys available at each position that are really going to be upgrades for you, and you miss out on 2 of them, are you really going to be able to find somebody if they're not interested in coming to Texas, if they're not wanting to compete that way, if they're asking for way too big of a paycheck? We know Sarks had the kind of NIL perspective of, we pay NIL, we take care of people fairly, but we're also not supposed to be an ATM for you. So if you just come and you just want the money, that's probably not going to work out either. So there's a lot of things that go into this spring portal. That is something that it feels like, there will be players available at most of these positions. And, you can't say with tampering and no tampering that even if Texas isn't tampering, guys are going to jump in and want to go to another school, and Texas can call them up when they do that. I think there'll be players available, but he is right. You can't just go after, and it's not quite like how Texas basketball is right now, where you need 8 guys in the transfer portal. It is a little bit more selective.
Yeah, and he's always been very selective about the way that he does things. He doesn't do the Colorado thing where he brings in 40 guys, right? No. He goes out and he gets players that they need, that fit the culture, that fit what they're trying to do offensively, that fit their schemes, and that could, potentially be around for a little bit. I mean, I know he went and got Adonai Mitchell for 1 year and a couple of these guys last year for 1 year, but I don't think that when they signed Matthew Golden, they anticipated him taking this meteoric rise and being a first-round draft pick, right? So, no. I like what he's having to say there. And can I just go back to Ricky Stewart for a second?
Yes.
Because that's a portal position that we mentioned that they could probably look at. And Ian Boyd over at Inside Texas wrote this a few weeks ago or a few months ago when Stewart signed. Said he's an ultra quick running back, and he has suddenness to win the edge, and he is in the mold of Keelan Robinson or Jaden Blue. So the more and more I think about him, I think they're really going to try and get him involved, and that probably takes a portal position off the board if you're really confident in what he can do.
Yeah.
So, you probably look at the main spots at the portal, probably being defensive tackle, like we mentioned, and wide receiver, like we've mentioned. And maybe they bring in 1 or 2 guys and they feel really comfortable, or maybe they bring in 3 or 4, but he's definitely going to take a very patient approach to that and just try and find the right guy, and, not just go spend a ton of the donor's cash for a guy that could end up not working out.
Oh, 100%. 100%. That is what he's going to be looking at in this transfer portal. We do have to get to our obligatory Arch questions. It's rules. We don't make them, but you had to talk about Arch a little bit. So he gave a couple of answers about Arch. First off, he talked about Arch and his competitiveness. What makes him a special player as he starts to take over the reins as the guy for the University of Texas.
Yeah, no, I think Arch is a naturally competitive guy, and I've said this before. He's got a very infectious personality. I think people gravitate to him. And one of the things I see right now is, naturally he's leading a group of maybe some younger players, especially at the skill spots, at the wideout spot. His confidence, I think, helps them. His understanding, his ability to connect to those guys in between series and talk to them has been helpful. But I also see a competitive spirit affecting the defensive side of the ball. I think they like competing against Arch. I think they know, he's going to talk a little smack to him. He's going to have fun with it. And I think that's bringing out some kind of some personality in an Anthony Hill or a Manny Muhammad or a Michael Taft, some guys who have played a lot of football, and they're thinking, here comes another spring practice, and when's the next game? And it's not for months down the road, but yet every day is a game. Every day is competitive because they know 16 is going to bring it, and if he gets them, he's going to let them know about it.
So a little piece there of guys bringing it for Arch Manning. We'll play this other one real quick too. He was also asked about Arch handling fame and handling all that goes with being the starting quarterback, and now having to deal with the media more, having to deal with the fans more.
The boos, because the boos are going to come here pretty soon too. Right, yeah. I love our fans. They love the backup quarterback, but they hate interceptions, so those are coming. I think the good thing for Arch is he's been exposed to a lot. It's no secret who his family is. It's no secret who his uncles are, who his grandpa is, who his dad is. I think he's been exposed to a lot, and handling himself in a way I think is important to him. Finding a tight-knit circle of people that is his crew of guys to hang with and people to hang with that he can trust. I think that's important, that you don't overly expose yourself. But in the end, I think what a benefit he's had of just growing up and seeing it in real time of kind of how to handle himself, how to conduct himself.
So yeah, not too much worries. I just love that one because he does bring up, he's like, look, they're going to get after him and they're going to get mad at him in certain games because that's what Texas fans do. And so he tried to say it in a nice way, but he's like, they're going to boo him at some point because they booed Quinn and they boo everybody. They're just, at some point, they're going to get mad and boo him. But a lot to like about Arch Manning. Not a huge surprise that there's a lot to like about Arch Manning.
No, and going back to the first clip, the thing about him being competitive and getting after the defense is the thing that really stuck out to me because, competition breeds competition. Yeah. And the more and we've seen this in every sport, right? When you're getting competition in practice and you guys are going blow for blow and you're really getting after each other, it just makes the team better as a whole. So, you love to hear that he's, the one who's sort of driving that with this roster. He's really assuming the leadership role that, we all thought that he would take over from Quinn. We're always very confident about that, but it's nice to see Sark talking about that and him realizing that. And then the thing about the booing, I mean, I think I've said this before, but I'm just waiting for the first game. Maybe it's Ohio State. Maybe it's the game at Florida. Maybe it's the OU game. I don't know. It's going to be one game where he comes out and he throws 2 picks and doesn't have a touchdown pass, or he doesn't throw for 300 yards. And all the Texas fans are going to be begging for Trey Owens or KJ Lacey. Like, this guy's not a starter. We told you he was trash. Bring back Quinn. Overrated. And people, I'm not going to name any names, but some of these people in the recruiting sphere who are like, if he didn't have the Manning name, he'd be a 3-star recruit. He's never going to be a good player. Like, all those kinds of things. It's just people have to realize what they have when they have it. And Texas fans, before you get out and you start booing him because he has one bad game, just remember, he is your future and he is going to bring you a national title if anybody can.
He is still walking on water as of right now. He's still walking on water until we get to Ohio State. He's still walking on water. Speaking of the backup quarterback, Sark was asked about the backup quarterbacks as well today.
Trey feels like year 2. It makes a little more sense, a little bit more smooth. And again, we're fighting for consistency with him, which is pretty much across the board as a team, of trying to stack plays, stack periods of practice, ultimately stack practices on top of one another. KJ, natural ability, you see it all when he knows what to do. Man, it's a very pretty thing. When he doesn't know what to do, he looks like a guy in the 7th practice of college football, And so, but I will say for both those guys, I think they're taking the coaching. As you guys know, we coach that position very hard, but they're responding to that, which is a good thing.
So yeah, both the backup quarterbacks. He is not starting a controversy. It's not going to start that, but yeah, good updates. And yeah, it's about consistency. I think with Arch, you didn't necessarily have that worry as much because he was, he came from such a background. But we all remember there was a freak out after the spring game 2 years ago that he came out and didn't look like the greatest quarterback who's ever existed, which nobody does when they come right out of high school. And there was a freak out that maybe they were right about Arch. Maybe he isn't the greatest. So, but good to hear that those guys are progressing along and look to be solid backups. It does feel like Trey Owens is probably still your actual backup. I know that some people believe that KJ Lacey will jump him at some point into the rotation and be the second guy, or maybe be the next starter for Texas. But right now, it feels like Trey Owens is still the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're more confident in Trey Owens as the backup just because he's been in the system for an extra year. I am one of those people who does believe that eventually KJ Lacey is going to take that role. I don't think that's going to be this season, but I think that eventually, when Arch heads to the NFL or in 2026, if Arch goes down with a sprained ankle or something, I think that you'll see KJ Lacey probably get out there. And then, I watched KJ Lacey a lot at Elite 11, and I was very, very, very impressed with what he could do. So it's just a matter of time before he puts it all together. I mean, he's the record holder for passing yards in the state of Alabama, and that's saying something. He can really throw the rock around. But it's good that they have, in years past with Texas, especially before Quinn got there, behind Sam Ehlinger, you didn't really know what you had, right? And even with Casey Thompson and Hudson Card, you still weren't really sure what you had at the time. And then behind that, it was like, oh, well, we don't know what we have. So it's good to hear that they're really bringing in some talent that they're confident in, and they're starting to really set that position up for the future, no matter whatever happens with Arch after this season. Not only do you have Trey Owens and KJ Lacey, who you're really confident in, but you also have Diabell coming in, and you can really start that line of quarterbacks and give yourself some confidence there going forward.
All right, let's go over to another trade. Trey Moore was asked about. We know that he's kind of switched to linebacker. Sark did not mention him in the position changes. He said the position change was just basically niblet. So maybe this is kind of a hybrid, and he's training at some different positions. And so he's training at linebacker, but he already knows how to run edge. Use him as much as you can use him. But here was what Sark was asked about Trey Moore.
He causes some problems even for our offense right now because he's playing about 3 different positions. And so it's not like it's allowing the defense to do some different things and giving them a lot of flexibility. And we all know this flexibility of Anthony Hill, of what that looks like. And so identification issues for sure. But again, Trey, this has been a learning curve for him this spring, and we all know he can rush the passer off the edge and do that stuff. But playing off the ball more, something that he hadn't done in his past, he's having to work every day. And I'm not talking just at practice. It's coming up, meeting with Coach Nansen. It's pre-practice, it's post-practice to find that level of comfort. The good thing about Trey is he's a worker, he this level of discipline to his approach of how he goes about his business is allowing him to kind of get more comfortable quicker. But again, he's not a finished product there either, and that's a good thing. And that's a guy, in his 4th year that's really challenging himself to become the most versatile player that he can be.
We know Sark loves the term versatile and versatility. And that is what Trey Owens does. And it's interesting in that clip, too. He brings up Anthony Hill, and you bring up that ability to be able to show Trey Moore, and Anthony Hill as guys who can drop or guys who can come after you. And they can do both pretty effectively. And that becomes a really, really dangerous formations that you can put out there when you already know you got a ton of other really good edge rushers out there. You got Leon Galafau as well at linebacker. You've got a lot of different options. Trey Moore being more versatile seems like a great piece. He says he's already causing problems for our offense because I'm sure they're looking at him thinking he's going to do something because they're used to what he did last season. And all of a sudden he drops back into coverage or does something else. and they're just trying to figure out what to do with Trey Moore. But that addition to him last season seems to be paying even more dividends.
Yeah, and I want Texas fans to imagine this for a second, right? I want you to imagine a third and 11, right? And on one side you've got Colton Vasek or Ethan Burke. On the other side, you got Colin Simmons screaming off the edge, and then you have Anthony Hill and Trey Moore at inside linebacker, and you're just like, and Johnny Nansen and Pete Kwiatkowski are like, all right, let's just go, and all four of those guys rush after you. I mean, that's a scary thing to think about because each one of those guys can really get after it.
And let's say this is week 10, week 11, and Justice Terry's in there.
Oh yeah,
in the middle.
I mean, Patrick, when I say that this might be the best that Texas has ever been talent-wise at rushing the quarterback from any spot on the defense,
yeah,
I'm not being facetious. I mean, this is an extremely, extremely talented group of linebackers and edge rushers, and it's going to cause a lot of problems next year. And if they can stay healthy at those spots, man, it's really going to be something to watch. And just having the versatility of a guy like Trey Moore. I mean, I know Sark loves to use that word, but a guy that can really do it all. They already have one of them in Anthony Hill. If you put another one out there, I mean, man, you don't know what you're going to see on any given play. They could do anything at any given time. And it's really scary for an offensive coordinator.
And that's what's funny is we mentioned that, and you say you have Ethan Burke or Colton Vasek. No, put them all out there. They run the NASCAR package and put 4 defensive ends and Anthony Hill and Trey Moore as linebackers. Just say, what are you going to do? And that it's a scary, that NASCAR package could be ridiculously scary on 3rd and longs. And if your secondary is as good as Sark's saying it, and they're in coverage, I mean, there's just not a lot of options left.
Yeah.
So,
and listen, it's one thing when you do that against an Ohio State, right? But when you get out there in the meat of your SEC schedule and you're going up against the Florida, who's kind of rebuilding their front, and Oklahoma, you could see some 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sack games out of this unit multiple times.
Yeah. No, if they want to bring it, if there's guys and Florida's a good shout because that is DJ Lagaway, still a young quarterback and can make some decisions like that lead you to some more sacks and try and be a hero at times. But yeah, that's if they want to, Nansen and Kwiatkowski can come after you. Let's play one more clip for you here. This is just an interesting one. He talks a little bit about Matt Golden, but some other pieces as well, kind of talking about what he does to prepare players for the NFL. So the players that are already going and what they've done, and then maybe what he's working with the players now of getting players ready for the NFL.
Yeah, no, I love that, and I would say Matthew's a great example of, early on he was struggling, with the offense. He was struggling with, the multitude of things was different than what he had come from. A lot of ways to skin a cat. And I don't think we saw the best version of him physically early on, even early in the season, because the wheels were still turning up top. And as the season went on, the more comfortable he got, we start to see even a better version of him physically, because mentally things slowed down and calmed down for him. And so I think that's the lesson learned for all of us as coaches is we got to keep coaching these guys. They're not finished products, and we got to keep pushing them along, keep trying to put them in position to have some success, to keep their confidence right. But man, what a you look at the second half of the season, you look at the playoffs, and just the ride he's been on. I couldn't be more happy for him. He's a worker. He's a blue collar guy, and it's been showing. He tries to do things the right way, and then as the season went on, it made more sense to him, and it's just continued on throughout this draft process.
Some fun stuff there about how you have to get your guys ready and how you treat your guys. But Matthew Golden talking about that going into the year that there was some issues and there was some worry about it. And now he's projected that he could be the first wide receiver taken off the board just because they're able to give him that help. And you see the difference between this coaching staff and some of the others where maybe they don't take that leap of player development and they look at Matthew Golden early on and go, he just doesn't get it, man. He just doesn't get it. And instead of saying he wants to get it and he will get it, we just got to figure out when it clicks. And when it clicked, it was great. I think that really shows you what this staff does, how much they care about these players and how much they care about developing these players to get them ready and to get them to understand and not just fake it, not just go out there and be afraid to, say something to the coaches and say, I need a little bit more time on this. I need you to walk me through that one more time and be vulnerable like that. And we know, the culture of vulnerability that Sark provides, but being able to do that so he does get the help he needs to be able to turn into what he has now become in one season. We said just a few minutes ago, I don't think Sark expected him to be gone after this season. I think they got him and said he's got 2 years left and we'll get him to the NFL by the end of the 2 years. And he did it in one and surpassed everybody's expectations. But that to me is such a story of why this team is succeeding and why this team is putting people in the NFL is because they are trying to slow it down at points, but they're really running to coaching. I always like Mike Tom when he said that. Coaches run to coaching, and you don't be afraid of it, and that's what you like about this coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're a recruit and you hear this audio clip, you're like, okay, this guy gets it. This is the guy that's going to get me to the NFL. I think that's the biggest takeaway from this. It's great when you can bring in a guy who's a transfer and get him to do these kinds of things. But if you can get your hands on these recruits and you can do these kinds of things, that's how you really take your program to the next level. And I know that there's examples out there where it didn't necessarily work out, like a Jonte Cook. He's a great example of how this didn't work out. But at the end of the day, I think that they did every single thing they possibly could to put him in a position to succeed, and it just didn't work out. And there's going to be cases like that on every single roster. But when you can bring a guy from Houston over and say, we think you have a chance to be a really good player, and then in year one he just ascends beyond your wildest imagination because of your coaching, that's your biggest selling point that you could possibly give to a recruit or a guy in the transfer portal. Like, yeah, maybe you were at a mid-major team and you had a pretty good season, but we see something in you. We're going to get you to the NFL. And that's he could be the next Steve Jobs of college basketball or college football if you can start pulling things like that off consistently.
Yeah, and you're 100% right too about that's with recruits. That's what you want to show off is we are going to get you, because for Matthew Golden, it's easier. He didn't get the offense because there was a lot of things they did that he didn't do before, but he'd been in those systems. He had learned at the college level before. But when you're able to, take a Melvin Hills or an Alex January and say, this could be a 3-year process to get you where you need to be. Or we could just even say Alfred Collins. This is going to be a process throughout the whole time to get you. And when it clicks, we'll be there and we'll reap the benefits. But it's going to take a little bit of time, but we're not going to stop because it's not working. And we're going to let you continue to build as a player and never feel like you can't get to where you want to be. It's just a great story to hear that and how they are very conscious and they still see these players that have those things. And I think when you see those successes, they're like, guys, we're on to something. We just got to keep doing it. So that's also why you see them hire so many coaches, why they have so many people around, is so you have people that are available to do that. So if there's a coaches meeting that maybe everybody else is in, maybe you can send Neil Brown over. And, the analyst doesn't have to be there. And you send over someone else who's a really good coach that can go work with these guys. And a lot of these college coaches that do that, they just want to be a part of it. We talk about it with basketball. The player progression. You didn't see enough player progression through Rodney Terry where guys were really improving. You want to see that with Sean Miller. You want to see guys be able to do that. And that's one of the things Sean Miller is really good at is player progression. So, I just really like that clip. And I thought that was something good to see. And you want to spread that out to all the recruits. No, we will continue to teach you. We will continue to coach you until you get where you want to be.
Yeah. And another really great example of this, and it's not exactly the same situation, but it speaks to Sark's loyalty to his players and his belief in his players. I mean, there was plenty of opportunities last year where Sark could have caved into the pressure and bench Quinn and started Arch because people were calling for it. And Quinn was struggling on that little part of the season there. But he said, no, I'm going to stick with my guy. I believe in him. He's our quarterback. And he can do that. He's done that at multiple positions throughout his years at Texas. And those are the kinds of things that recruits look at and they're like, okay, even if I have a bad couple games, he's not going to bench me. He's going to sit me down. He's going to coach me to get better, and he's going to teach me how to be a better football player, and I'll be better in the long run because of it.
There you go. All right. We got to take a quick word from our sponsors. We are going to go through that. We'll come back. We'll talk a little NBA. Lots going on. The Nuggets just doing weird stuff. I do think Nico Harrison has broken the NBA. Single-handedly, Nico Harrison somehow, like in a superhero movie, just opened a box or something, and now it's all screwed up. We'll go into that. And a player I forgot to mention, a Longhorn that has entered the transfer portal in basketball. I forgot to mention this earlier on, but I'll give that a shout when we come back as well. That's a tease, everybody. We'll come back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got a great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic and experienced sales geeks or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we get into the final 20 minutes of the show. Appreciate everybody joining us on the chat in the text line. Wherever you're watching, we appreciate you joining us today. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. I teased it before the break. There was a player I had in my notes that I forgot to mention earlier that has entered the transfer portal from Texas, the 6'6" forward, Preston Clark, one of our preferred walk-ons, played for Westlake, has 2 years of eligibility remaining. He posted up on his Instagram and Twitter and everything today that he would be entering the transfer portal. I believe just wants to go play basketball somewhere. He's not going to play at Texas, but a really good kid. Had done a lot for the school. We just always wanted to be a Longhorn. I'm happy that he got to live that dream out a little bit. But go off and go see what you can do. And sometimes you just want to fulfill that dream a little bit more, maybe get a playing time at a smaller school. So shout out to Preston Clark. I just want to shout out everybody on the basketball team. I don't want to forget some guys that are out there that do a lot for what this Texas basketball program can do, because those are the guys you practice against. Those are the guys dive on the floor. They do a lot to help these teams out. And so shout out to Preston Clark. He will be entering the transfer portal.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where he ends up. I really love how there's in every sport, there's a good number of Westlake kids that end up coming to Austin. difference in one way or another, whether it's, on the field like a Michael Taff or in the locker room and in practice like Preston Clark. So it's good to see that. I hope he gets a really great opportunity.
Yeah. So yeah, he just slipped out of my page that I was reading off of on my computer. So I had to want to make sure we get to that. Let's get into a little NBA talk here as we get into the final week of the season. We got games tonight, and then they will run through Sunday. No games on Saturday, which is weird, but everybody's like playing Friday and everybody's playing Sunday. But they gave them that Saturday off, and then that'll be the end of the season. We'll get right into the play-in tournament, I believe, starting Tuesday is when we get into that play-in tournament. So we're in the final week of the season, and I was going to get into some storylines, and I still will, but we'll start off with the biggest one that came through today, that Mike Malone got fired by the Nuggets today on a Tuesday. There's not another Tuesday in the regular season. That should tell you where we're at. There's not another Tuesday in the regular season, yet they have decided to move off of their coach. They believe that somewhat similarly to the Grizzlies, that Mike Malone had lost the locker room. They had lost 4 straight games. The Nuggets they're moving in the wrong direction. And this was something where him and Calvin Booth, the general manager, was also fired today, weren't necessarily getting along. They didn't feel like the roster got the improvement it needed. There's all this turmoil, and the guy who's running it, which is Stan Kroenke's son, I believe it's Josh Kroenke, but Stan Kroenke, who owns the Rams and the Nuggets, he decided to pull the trigger with like 4 games left in the regular season. Let's get rid of our head coach. I think it's a crazy move. It's a ridiculous move. It's a move made by somebody who doesn't understand how basketball works and thinks, well, this will change the feelings, and not, hey, they're all worked up because they've been on the road together and they've been going hard for several months now. And so, of course, everybody's at each other's throats. Of course, everybody's tired of everybody else. Of course, everybody's pissed off that they're not winning right now. All those things are true. And 2 weeks after the season, everyone will be like, oh, man, I kind of overreacted on that, or maybe I did that. And 2 months after the season, when you're in summer and you're vacationing after the draft and everything else, you'd be like, man, that's my brother. I love him. You can't talk bad about him. I can talk bad about him. But they just go and make this move because billionaires have no concept how anybody else lives in the world. And for whatever reason, they think it's a good idea to take away a really good coach who everybody genuinely pretty much likes. And now I know Zay played the clip before we came on the air that he, had some words that he was not thrilled with how much effort the guys were putting in for, some of the bench players. Jamal Murray's been hurt. So there's been a lot of stress, but this just, walking away from a coach that quickly, it just is, you're basically you're punting on the season because you're not going to win without a coach. You're not going to win with an assistant coach trying to get respect, but everyone knows he's not going to get the job. Everyone's like, they're going to hire somebody else. So we don't care what you think. You're the substitute teacher. We don't care about you, and I'm sure they still like the guy, but it's still like, we're the substitute. We're going to run this the way we want to run it. And if you do that against some of these really good teams that are in the West right now, I don't know if you get out of the first. I don't know if you win a playoff. I mean, you have Jokic, so you win a playoff game, but I don't know if you win out of the first round, if it just kind of spirals downhill. And to say this guy won a championship 2 years ago for you, and now with 4 games left in the season, you don't even give him a shot. You basically say, I don't want you to go on a big enough run that we have to keep you. So we're just going to fire you now because we don't like you because you talk back to us too much. It's just, there's too much of this in the NBA now of ownership, that if you've gotten away from basketball fans and now it's just money people trying to understand basketball. And the NFL has had this problem a lot too. But you're just watching teams, and it really looks like there's going to be several franchises that are going to kind of nuke themselves because of their own bad decisions. We saw it with Dallas. We know the Grizzlies just fired Taylor Jenkins, who took a franchise that really was hard to keep together and has put them into the playoff race several times, even though, this is a franchise that that's not a roster that it's a good roster, but it's a good roster because of what he did with it. And, John Morant's not even playing all the time. I think Taylor Jenkins doesn't want him to play. I think John Morant doesn't want to play. I think his doctors tell him not to play. It's just crazy to me what's happening right now with those guys.
Patrick, this sounds very similar to what happened in Dallas, except with a coach instead of a player, right? So you have a guy that got you to the top, right there at the top of the league when you won a championship 2 years ago. Luka got the Mavericks to the finals last year. You don't necessarily like the way that he carries himself, so you just decide, you know what, screw it. We're just going to move on, and we're going to make one of the dumbest moves that we've seen in a long time in the NBA. I mean, it's really strikingly similar, just the difference being it's a player and a coach. And I do not understand this whatsoever. The fact that you don't have your second best player in Jamal Murray is probably why you're losing 4 games in a row.
Especially when you don't have a stacked roster.
Yeah. I mean, before this happened, I had the Nuggets, going to the Western Conference Finals against the Oklahoma City. And now it's just like, okay, you nailed it. They're not going to get out of the first round. How do you get out of the first round without a coach? Why do you not, even if you have all this inner turmoil within your locker room, so to speak, how do you not just wait until the playoffs are over to make this move? It makes absolutely no sense that you're right on the precipice of the most important part of your season. And you're just like, no, we're done. We're good. We're just going to move on. We don't care. We don't care about our fans. We don't care about our players. We don't care about any of this stuff. We just, we're just going to punt and try and find somebody new. And I'll say this too, man, Patrick, I really hope the Nuggets get aggressive and they go real hard after Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd, because that would just make me so happy. I think that they could do wonderful things for I think they could do wonderful things in the city of Denver. I think that both those guys are just perfect for the job.
Nikola Jokic has been traded to the Dallas Mavericks for Anthony Davis.
There we go. See, now you're starting to see what I'm talking about here.
Actually, no, Jokic would end up on the Lakers, wouldn't he?
Probably. Yeah. I think that if Jokic had his way, then he would find a way to go play with Luka for sure.
That's it. Luke, yeah, all right, it's done. Now you've sealed it. Nico's going. He's going to trade him, and he's just going to build a dynasty at the Lakers from other teams.
But what if Nico goes to Denver and then Luka doesn't sign the Supermax or the extension, not the Supermax, so you can't do that anymore, but he signs the extension with LA, or doesn't sign the extension with LA. And then he's like, oh, Nico's gone. I'm just going to go back to Dallas, and then I'm going to bring Jokic with me to Dallas, and then we're going to be all happy again.
No, it's the Lakers, man. Good things don't happen to people like us, Matt.
You're crushing my dreams, Patrick.
But yeah, that was the big news today so far in the NBA. If we want to look ahead at some of the storylines you want to check out here in the last couple of weeks, we only got a few minutes left in the show, but we'll give you a couple of the storylines. There's not a ton in the East. Jalen Brunson just came back. You want to look at the Bucks and the Knicks can get healthy here in the next few weeks, or the next week, I'll say. With Brunson, can the Knicks get back on track here with they've had some injury issues, and especially the Brunson injury? Can he get back to form before the playoffs? And Damian Lillard has been missing time with the blood clot. Can he come back? Bobby Portis got suspended. Is he going to come back? Can that Bucks team really start to form a little bit more? Last year, it was the Giannis injury that kind of knocked him out. They have talent. They have ability on that roster. They have a coach that's kind of not a great coach, but will always get a job for some reason, Doc Rivers. But those are the big questions in the East. Over in the Western Conference, the crazy part is right now there are 4 teams tied at between the 5th and the 8th seed. The Clippers, Warriors, Timberwolves, and Grizzlies are all tied at 46 and 32. So the 8th seed can become the 5 seed extremely quickly. The Nuggets are 47 and 32, just right above that. The Lakers at 48 and 30 technically could still be the 2 seed or could fall to the 8 seed. That is how close these teams are bunched. Everyone behind the Thunder. The Thunder have run away with it. They are the 1 seed. That's where it's going to be. But seeing how those teams break out, all of those games the next week are going to be crazy with all of those teams. Another piece to watch right now, the Suns are 2.5 games back from a play-in. What happens to Phoenix when Matt Ishbia, a money guy, came in and tried to fix the Suns? Instead of getting basketball guys, a money guy came in and basically destroyed the Suns because he listened to Kevin Durant. And I love Kevin Durant, but he listened to what Kevin Durant wanted. And instead of saying, hey, you're going to need some other help. We shouldn't trade away all of our players to go get a couple guys. And then they got Bradley Beal, which, like, I know they were a player short of the plan, but Bradley Beal wasn't that player. And everyone knew he wasn't. And they went ahead and did it anyway. And now what do you do? Because Bradley Beal, you can't get rid of. There's nobody who wants him. And so now do you trade Devin Booker and just restart and get rid of both of them? Or do you just get rid of Durant? We know the conversations with Houston and Dallas have been ongoing that he could return to a Texas team soon enough. I'm sure the Spurs will get involved in it at somewhat too. And maybe the Spurs will be able to offer like a De'Aaron Fox package where they'll give up, a first-round pick and someone on the end of the bench and be able to go ahead and get Kevin Durant in. That piece. The Lakers are a big story you're going to watch. That is the big question is, are they going to be a threat now because Luka's on that team? Do the Grizzlies and the Nuggets, they fall apart now? Is there anybody who can beat the Thunder? That question as well. There's a lot to watch here in this last week to see if there's going to be any turmoil because you're looking in the East, it's going to be the Cavs or the Celtics most likely are going to be able to go in and get to this finals. The Celtics still look really good. The Cavs just played awesome all season long. But can someone disrupt this Thunder team once we get to the playoffs? That's the big question.
So here's why I'm putting all my money on the Lakers. Because I just heard the best nickname of all time for the Lakers' big three outside of LeBron, because LeBron doesn't count because he's not part of this equation. But Luka Doncic, Dalton Connect, and Austin Reeves. Tres Leches.
Wow. Tres Leches. If one of the Leches not really that great and shouldn't be playing big minutes? That's Dalton Connect. That's Dalton Connect. And by the way, the fact that Austin Reeves is not on the Mavs is still one of the biggest mysteries in the world.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just because they don't know what they're doing over there. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard to knock off Oklahoma City. If anybody can do it, it's probably the Lakers, just because they have the star power to do it. I would have said the Nuggets had a chance, but now they've just nuked their entire season, so I don't think they can do it either. But going back to the East too for a second, is that all those injuries, man? Is that due to bad conditioning or players drinking too much beer and that kind of thing? Or is that just, what naturally happens in the NBA over an 82-game season?
No, I'm pretty sure they're all, well, Jalen Brunson, Luka rubbed off on him. So he sprained his ankle because he was drinking too much, probably.
Yeah.
And he sprained it in a game because he was drinking.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. It's going to be a very interesting last couple of games here. I really just hope the Mavericks don't make it into the play-in. I don't think that they deserve it. I really just want to see an Oklahoma City Lakers Western Conference Finals if we can. I just think that would be the most fun. As much as I hate wanting the Lakers to do good this year, I'm going to put that to the side and kind of cheer on those boys out there, because it's all I got left.
By the way, the Mavericks are most likely going to make it. They're getting their players back a little bit healthier right now. They should be able to make the play-in, if nothing else. And then those games will be fun to watch because they do have talent on the team. They're just not they're just a far downgrade from what they were last season. And especially with Kyrie Irving out as well. And then some games to go check out tonight if you want to check out some games. The Hawks and Magic is going to start here shortly. That's an interesting piece of some of the lower seed teams in the East, but two pretty evenly matched teams will be able to be fun to watch there. And then you also have a Celtics-Knicks game. That's going to be the game on TNT tonight. Again, seeing if Jalen Brunson gets healthy. Can this Knicks team actually survive against the Boston Celtics? And that Lakers-Thunder game. Lakers-Thunder, man. Is this a game where the Lakers, can they show that they can compete with the Thunder? Is this real? Are they the real team, the real deal that can go do that? I don't know. I don't know if they are. Timberwolves Bucks is going to be a fun game too, but not as much on the line on that one.
Yeah, I'm more looking towards tomorrow night, which I'm sure we'll talk about.
We'll get about that tomorrow. We will save that one for tomorrow.
But there's a lot of good games tonight. Everybody should go check out. The sports are not over, ladies and gentlemen. The second best basketball postseason in the world starts in just a couple weeks. So we got to make sure we're ready.
It starts next week. We are 1 week
Or, yeah,
away from
next
the
week,
play-in
sorry.
tournament starting. 1 week from today, there will be a play-in game. So we're almost right there. Let's get to our meathead of the day real quick. There's not a clip for this, but we did get the news that Stephen A. Smith has said he's not ruling out running for president. If you wanted to believe that life could get worse, there's a guy who his whole gimmick is that he makes stuff up to be angry about. And I mean, Jerry Jones would probably have to sell that would be an executive order. You make Jerry Jones sell the team.
That would be
that
amazing.
maybe is why you vote for Stephen A. Smith. He does hate him. He would also make LeBron James retire and then be Michael Jordan's personal valet because Stephen A. Smith likes to crotch ride Michael Jordan all day long.
Yeah, this is one of those things where I'm not one of the shut up and dribble guys. Like, I think that players should use their platform to say what they want to say, and if they have an opinion, they should voice it. I do not feel the same about sports media necessarily all the time. Stephen A. Smith is one of those people who, yeah, I mean, he makes some great points about some certain things, but he's just like, I mean, he's not to the same level as Skip Bayless, but he's a shock jock more than anything else. And he says things to get a rise out of people. And I do not believe, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't have an insider source, but I do not believe for 1 second there are people on Capitol Hill reaching out to Stephen A. Smith asking him to run for president. I just do not see it.
Nope. I don't believe so either, but I don't believe a lot of things he says. We got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow talking more Texas basketball, Texas football, some more NFL talk as well. And our movie review, midweek movie review. I still have not watched it. I got to watch it tonight. The Friday Night Lights will be going if you want to watch that, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. I've never seen it before, the movie, so we'll see that tomorrow. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we roll on to a Wednesday show tomorrow. But until then, for myself, Patrick Davis, and Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI, be safe, be kind, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you tomorrow right back here on Open.